on the record.
Good morning. The Maryland Public Service Commission will come to order in case number 9647. This is a probable cause hearing with respect to Sunsea Energy LLC. Today's hearing was noticed by the Commission on February 13th, 2023. We'll begin today by taking appearances of the parties, beginning with Counsel for the Consumer Affairs Division.
Trevor Tomlinson, Tomlinson, counsel on behalf of the Consumer Affairs Division.
Staff Counsel for the Commission.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter Wilson on behalf of Staff Counsel.
Office of People's Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Shu on behalf of Office of People's Counsel, also Jacob Auslander.
Thank you. Counsel for Sunsea Energy LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nicholas Rotzko of Phillips Lytle LLP, and with me is also Owen Moynihan and Adam Heron, also of Phillips Lytle LLP, and Mr. Jacob Adigwe, President and founder of Sunsea, is also here this morning, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. Are the three of you barred in Maryland?
No, we're not, Your Honor. We have special admissions pending. They've been filed with the Circuit Court.
Filed, but you haven't received a response back from the Circuit Court yet?
That's correct.
Okay, please let us know as soon as you do. Typically, it's rather pro forma, and you get the responses back within a few days. Do the parties wish to present a settlement, or are they prepared to litigate their positions today? We'll start with Counsel for Sunsea.
Your Honor, we have had settlement discussions with CAD and brief discussions with OPC, have not arrived at a settlement to present to the Commission this morning, so we're prepared to litigate.
Okay, we will proceed. How many witnesses do you have today?
We intend to call one witness today, Your Honor, Mr. Adigwe.
Office of People's Counsel, any witnesses?
No witnesses from OPC.
Oh. Staff Counsel?
No witnesses.
Mr. Tomlinson, how many witnesses?
2 witnesses for CAD.
Thank you. So we have likely 3 witnesses today. It's already 11:09. We'll plan to take a lunch break somewhere around 1 o'clock and see how long today's hearing lasts. My local rules of practice and procedure, which are on the Commission website, are in effect for today's hearing. We do have some non-public information that were filed. I'd ask counsel at the table to be mindful of that. To the extent we need to have an in-camera proceeding, we will, but it's my intent to keep as much of this, if not all of this proceeding today, public. We are live streaming on the internet right now. Any preliminary matters that we need to address this morning before hearing any motions? Seeing none, are there any motions?
Your Honor, Sunsea does intend to make a motion to dismiss the CAD memo and close this proceeding.
Okay.
Shall I?
You could make the motion at this point. Yes.
Okay. Throughout Sunsea's time marketing in Maryland, it has demonstrated a track record of good faith compliance with this motion's directives. It has a history of promptly changing its policies when notified of problems. Sunsea voluntarily suspended marketing last fall after complaints arose, recognizing this Commission's strict approach to complaints. Sunsea then invested substantial resources in developing a new, robust enrollment program to prevent future unauthorized enrollments. The Commission acknowledged Sunsea's good faith track record in its August 18, 2021 order in this proceeding. And this Commission observed that Sunsea had ceased telemarketing after problems arose earlier in this proceeding, had issued full refunds to about 1,200 customers, had returned those customers to SOS, and had subjected Sunsea's door-to-door contracting practices to an independent audit by a CPA firm selected by Sunsea staff and OPC. Sunsea then promptly paid a $400 fine, and the moratorium on its door-to-door marketing was lifted. Sunsea has a robust track record of complying with this Commission's directives and addressing issues once problems have been proposed. Before the moratorium was lifted, Sunsea submitted its door-to-door contracting documentation to staff. Those contract documents were substantively similar to the material subject to the 2021 independent audit required by the Commission. Sunsea continued using these documents when it recommenced marketing in May of 2022, and Sunsea required 2 wet paper copies to be signed at the door, followed by a QC call and a welcome packet. After recommencing marketing, Sunsea's independent contractors conducted about 7,000 solicitations throughout the state of Maryland, resulting in just 41 CAD complaints over a 9-month period, which is a very small percentage. When those complaints arose, Sunsea issued full refunds already, returned the customers to SOS, and terminated those contracts with no early termination fees. Sunsea retrained agents and fired agents who had multiple complaints. Sunsea then voluntarily suspended its marketing so it could figure out a long-term solution. It has found this solution. It's a computerized program that Sunsea refers to as TPV 360, and we refer to here and today as the Enhanced Safeguards. Sunsea's new Enhanced Safeguards dramatically curtail the opportunity for unauthorized enrollments. And this is the whole point. There are no less than 21 checkpoints throughout the enrollment process where that an enrollment must pass in order for it to be processed. If it fails any one of those 21 checkpoints, the enrollment is canceled. The enhanced safeguards include a variety of things we'll get into later today that virtually make it impossible for an unauthorized or you have to have a broad imagination to imagine that an unauthorized enrollment could occur now that Sunsea has adopted these enhanced safeguards. And Sunsea adopted these enhanced safeguards in January 2023, after seeking comments from staff and CAD.
Counsel, if I can interrupt you. The complaint period, if I'm not mistaken, is July 1st, 2022 to January 27, 2023. The relevance of the enhanced safeguards are what to this proceeding today?
Yes, Your Honor, the enhanced safeguards began to be used by Sunsea during the period subject to the CAD memo. Sunsea sent those enhanced safeguards to CAD and staff in early January 2023 and began marketing with them in Maryland on January 9, 2023, and had a full 3-week period during this. You refer to it as the complaint period. I refer to it as the CAD memo period, but same period, during that time period. So they are relevant, and not only that, but they prevent any future occurrences, or let me put it this way, they make it very unlikely that the unauthorized enrollment issues mentioned in the CAD memo can happen again in the future, and we'll get into that today. So it's a very robust voluntary remedial measure that Sunsea has already taken before the CAD memo was filed, after presenting these enhanced safeguards to CAD and staff for comment. So that's the relevance of the enhanced safeguards. Sunsea has also modified its contract format during the complaint period, if you will, to conform with CAD's current standards. And that new contract format was in effect starting on January 9, 2023, which is also within the complaint period. And the important thing to note is that in all of the enrollments that Sunsea processed after January 9, which is about 1,000, they have received no complaints that have been filed with CAD for that enrollment period after January 9. After the enhanced safeguards went into effect, after the new contract format was put into effect, there have been no complaints whatsoever. It's been so successful that Sunsea has adopted this enhanced safeguard program nationwide. So for these reasons, and as well as the evidentiary flaws in the CAD memo, which we'll discuss today, Sunsea moves to dismiss the CAD memo. The CAD memo is insufficient to support the drastic extreme remedies requested by CAD, and if the commission does not dismiss the CAD memo and close the proceeding, Sunsea proposes that it should be given at least a 90-day period to see if any further CAD complaints are filed, now that it is using the enhanced safeguards and has the updated contracting format. And with that, Your Honor, we move to dismiss the CAD memo.
Thank you, counsel. Your motion to dismiss is denied. This is not the first time that the commission has had Sunsea brought before it. You referenced only 41 complaints during this 7-month period. Material issues of fact do exist, and we'll explore those today. We'll hear from the various parties that are going to participate. But I would remind counsel for Sunsea, whether you view the 7-month period as the CAD complaint or some other period, that's the focus. I recognize there's a 3-week overlap from January 9th to January 27th. I'm sure you will explain the significance of that, but we will proceed. You'll have the opportunity to renew your motion when it's your opportunity to present your case in chief. At this time, we will begin with any opening arguments, if the parties wish to make an opening argument or to reserve their argument to the beginning of their case. Mr. Tomlinson?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. The Compliance Enforcement Unit within the Consumer Affairs Division conducted an investigation into the business practices of Sunsea after receiving 41 customer complaints against Sunsea from July 1st, 2022 through January 27, 2023. The flurry of complaints received against Sunsea in just over a 6-month period led CAD's director to file a memo regarding Sunsea with the Commission on January 30th, 2023. Both COMAR and the Public Utilities article provide the Commission authority to impose a civil penalty or other remedy on a supplier for committing fraud, engaging in deceptive practices, and violating a Commission regulation or order. Pursuant to the Commission's Notice of Probable Cause issued on February 13, 2022, Sunsea was directed to appear at a Commission administrative meeting for a hearing on the allegations of the violations identified in the CAD memo. Violations identified in the CAD memo fall into 4 interrelated categories. 1, defects in contract practices and documents. 2, unauthorized enrollments, also known as slamming. 3, misconduct or misrepresentation by agents. And 4, inaccessibility of customer service representatives. CAD will call 2 witnesses this morning to highlight the deficiencies in Sunsea's Maryland operations. CAD's first witness, the Director of Consumer Affairs, will shed light on CAD's procedure and identify a concerning pattern of regulatory noncompliance resulting in an unknowable number of invalid enrollments. CAD's second witness will describe their firsthand experience with Sunsea's failures to prevent agent misconduct and unauthorized enrollments as required by COMAR. Sunsea will try to distract from the violations it received during the complaint period and instead focus on 1, a voluntary audit that Sunsea had conducted to review its contracting documents in 2021 following Commission Order 89914, and 2, enhanced safeguards that Sunsea introduced in January of 2023. Neither of these arguments are responsive to the specific allegations of COMAR violations alleged in the customer complaints and identified in CAD's memo. Sunsea's suggested current compliance and safeguards do not excuse or grant immunity to Sunsea for the complaints received during the complaint period that led to the initiation of this proceeding. Rather, pursuant to the Public Utilities article, the good faith of an electricity supplier in attempting to achieve compliance after a notification of the violation is one factor to be considered by the Commission in determination of the amount of any civil penalty. At the conclusion of CAD's arguments, the testimony and evidence will show that at a minimum, sufficient evidence exists regarding Sunsea's handling of agent misconduct and enrollment practices and documents to delegate the matter to the Public Utility Law Judge for further evidentiary proceedings to determine the full scale of violations and remedies for affected customers. Moreover, CAD will establish that the volume and nature of Sunsea violations justify the Commission taking immediate action to protect ratepayers as outlined in the Notice of Probable Cause. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Staff counsel.
Staff counsel reserves its opening statement.
People's counsel.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. As the Commission is well aware, this is not Sunsea's first trip down this road. After the Commission previously sanctioned Sunsea for misrepresentations made by its agents via telephonic marketing, including to one of OPC's own counsel, Sunsea is again before the Commission with numerous customer complaints alleging agent misrepresentations, slamming, and other violations of Maryland law and Commission regulations. The Commission ordered Sunsea to respond to numerous allegations of deceptive practices and slamming by its agents, and to file evidence showing that other similarly situated customers have not experienced the same violations. Sunsea has done neither. The evidence and comments previously filed with the Commission demonstrates Sunsea's ineffective oversight of its agents. This is shown by, number one, Sunsea's conflicting statements in its answer and its quarterly reports on how many agents it has actually fired as a result of customer complaints during the complaint period. At best, Sunsea appears to be unaware of exactly how many agents it has terminated, and has apparently kept no records regarding agent discipline or termination. At worst, Sunsea has been paying mere lip service to the Commission and making blanket statements that offending agents have been fired, while in actuality doing nothing. Furthermore, Sunsea's inability to produce basic evidence of its agent's peddler's license is further evidence of Sunsea's lack of oversight of its agents. Secondly, Sunsea started marketing in Maryland again on May 11th, 2022, as they stated in their answer, and ceased marketing in October 2022. That means Sunsea has racked up 41 complaints in 5 months of marketing activity. This is just a staggering number, which is sufficient alone to give the Commission probable cause, and as such, probable cause exists for the Commission to refer this matter for further evidentiary proceedings.
Thank you, Counsel. Counsel for Sunsea.
Thank you, Your Honor. As discussed in our motion to dismiss, Sunsea has adopted new enhanced safeguards which dramatically curtail the opportunity for unauthorized enrollments. These include 2 wet paper copies of the contract signed at the door, a simultaneous digital enrollment on the customer's own device with 10 checkpoints at which the customer must affirmatively acknowledge its intent to switch to Sunsea. The customer must consent to a photograph of its ID and utility bill to confirm that it is the account holder. Then the agent leaves, and that's followed by an ETPV, which is then followed by a recorded automated welcome call where the customer must affirmatively answer 5 times that it intends to have Sunsea as its energy supplier. And if it does not answer affirmatively for any one of those questions, the enrollment is canceled. If the customer cannot be reached for that phone call after 3 attempts, the enrollment is canceled, even though they hadn't had an opportunity to go through the call. There are additional fraud prevention QC measures built into these enhanced safeguards, including geolocation to make sure that the agent is present at the property during the digital enrollment. These safeguards make it virtually impossible you have to have a very strong imagination to figure out how an agent could get around these safeguards to engage in an unauthorized enrollment. Today, the Commission will hear testimony from Mr. Yezel about the complaint he filed with CAD back in August of 2022. Mr. Yezel's CAD complaint has substantial credibility issues, but even if the complaint was true, the alleged events could not happen under the enhanced safeguards that Sunsea began using in January 2023, which we'll show. Turning to the CAD memo itself, most of the CAD decisions in the memo found against Sunsea based on contracting format issues. But this is the same documentation that Sunsea used during the 2021 audit with no red flags. Sunsea was reasonable to use this documentation when it recommenced marketing again in May of 2022. In fact, an early CAD complaint in this case ruled in Sunsea's favor on the contracting formatting issues. And then apparently CAD's standards for contract formatting changed, and Sunsea then changed its contracting format to conform to the CAD standards that could be extracted from the decisions. Setting aside these contract formatting issues, the evidentiary basis of the CAD memo quickly collapses under scrutiny, and it's insufficient to support the drastic remedies that CAD seeks. One complaint featured in the CAD memo pertains to a time period when Sunsea was not even marketing in Maryland. Sunsea did not even have any Maryland customers during this period when the complainant alleges that she was enrolled and tried to cancel. And yet CAD still found in favor of the complainant and used that as evidence supporting a purported pattern. The CAD memo focuses on several other complaints where it was allegedly improper for Sunsea to tell customers that service would be dropped within 2 to 3 billing cycles. In reality, service was dropped for those customers very short to the complaint or to the request to drop the service, even as short as 2 days. The evidentiary flaws in the memo don't stop there. There's a long quote that's excerpted in the memo, allegedly from a complaint. But if you look at that complaint, that quote appears nowhere in it. There are complaints about supposedly unauthorized enrollments, where the complainant says they never heard of Sunsea, and yet Sunsea has a wet paper copy of the signature with their name on it. There are complaints in the memo where complainants say they never signed, but Sunsea confirmed on a telephone QC call with those same complainants that they have a wet paper copy signed of the contract. And some of the complaints in the CAD memo refer to other suppliers, not Sunsea. So the CAD memo cobbles together this weak and inaccurate data and then reaches extreme conclusions about supposed patterns and practices. But the data just doesn't support any overarching pattern. And it certainly doesn't warrant the severe penalties CAD seeks. In fact, the only pattern clearly evidenced in this proceeding is Sunsea's demonstrated track record of quickly modifying its processes when it learns of problems. Sunsea's current practice is in fact centered on the enhanced safeguards which were in effect during the complaint period, and that has resulted in no complaints at all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. CAD counsel, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. CAD calls Stephanie Bolton.
Ms. Bolton, if you would please enter the witness box, raise your right hand.
Solemnly affirm under the penalties of perjury that the statements made in this matter are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
State your full name.
Stephanie Ann Bolton.
Spell your name, please.
Stephanie is Stephanie, Ann Ann, Bolton, B as in boy, Olton.
Give me your address, please.
My business address is 6 St. Paul Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21202.
Thank you very much. Give me your witness.
Morning, Ms. Bolton.
You can see it.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Tomlinson. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners.
Please tell me, what is your occupation?
I am the Director of the Consumer Affairs Division for the State of Maryland Public Service Commission.
And how long have you been serving in that position?
Since November of 2020.
And in that position, what are some of your responsibilities and duties?
I oversee the team that handles complaints from the public, inquiries from the public, and those are against regulated entities like gas and electric utility companies, third-party retail energy suppliers, for example. We also do outreach to the public, education to the public and to companies about our rules and regulations, our policies and procedures. Anything else more?
Thank you. What information or documents did you review in preparation for today's hearing?
I reviewed the memorandum that the Consumer Affairs Division submitted to the Commission on this matter. I reviewed the documents from the complaint files that the Consumer Affairs Division keeps to resolve these complaints. I reviewed the answer provided by Sunsea, And some of the other filings in the docket. I'm sorry if that's not as specific as I could be.
No, thank you very much. Did you review any COMAR provisions, the COMAR regulations?
Yes, the COMAR regulations in Title 20 that govern the dispute resolution process here at the Commission, as well as consumer protections available to Marylanders.
Thank you. And when in your role as Director of the Consumer Affairs Division, did you first become aware of Sunsea?
Well, I started in November of 2020, and I became aware of Sunsea in November of 2020. They had a case that was ongoing at the time. I believe it was filed by the Office of People's Counsel in June of 2020, if I'm not mistaken. And that case was proceeding when I started.
And do you remember, at the conclusion of that case, what the Commission ordered Sunsea to do?
Yes, if I recall correctly, when the case concluded, I believe that would have been around August 2021, Sunsea was ordered to pay a $400,000 civil penalty. They were ordered to re-rate customers subject to some of the issues that the Commission found in that case, and they were ordered to have an audit of the monies paid back to customers, just to make sure that was in order, and I believe also an audit of some of their documentation.
Great, thank you. And to your knowledge, did Sunsea pay the civil penalty and comply with the regulations?
They did pay the civil penalty.
And you alluded to it earlier. Are you familiar with the 2021 audit that Sunsea initiated to review their door-to-door contracts?
Yes.
Does this 2021 independent audit required by the Commission related to OPC's 2020 complaint impact CAD's ability to investigate new complaints filed against Sunsea?
New complaints? No, that does not impact our ability to take a look at new complaints.
And when CAD is looking at new complaints, how does CAD decide what to flag as a violation? Can you please describe that process and procedure and how it might be subject to external changes?
Oh, absolutely. So the dispute resolution process is outlined in the Code of Maryland Regulations, Title 20, Subtitle 32. And it starts with an inquiry to the utility or supplier by the complainant, because the company gets the first chance to resolve the dispute. After that, in 2032-1-4, the dispute resolution process involving my team is outlined in detail. So once the complaints come in, my team has an administrative specialist review the complaint, contact the company, get more information from the company, from the complainant if necessary, and collect what they need to make the initial decision in these complaint cases. From there, there is a window for appeal. If either party wishes to appeal, they can do so to the Assistant Director of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you. Do you know when Sunsea resumed marketing in Maryland?
In their discovery answer, they noted May of 2022, but in the complaints received by the Consumer Affairs Division, the earliest evidence I have of marketing is from, I believe, July 19th, 2022.
May I approach? Your Honor?
You may.
You mind passing these out that way? I'd like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 1. This is public, the public version of the CAD memo submitted on file with the Commission on January 30th, 2023.
Thank you. The commissioners have received a copy already and reviewed it. This is marked as CAD 1.
Ms. Bolton, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Was it prepared by you?
Yes.
Did CAD file this memo with the commission? If yes, when?
It was filed with the commission on January 30th, 2023.
What information or documents did you review in preparing this memo?
Of course, the relevant law and regulation. I also reviewed the cases or the complaints at issue in the complaint time frame, July 1st, 2022 through January 27th, 2023. And that includes the files that we received from Sunsea in the process of the investigation.
Could you please elaborate and explain the CAD process that led to the filing of this memo?
Yes. So the Consumer Affairs Division doesn't just handle complaints individually as they come in. There is the small picture look, because we take each individual complaint very seriously, but there's also the big picture look. Instead of just viewing each complaint in isolation, in February of 2020, the Compliance and Enforcement Unit was established within the Consumer Affairs Division to take a big picture look at the complaints that we receive from the public. So instead of viewing them in isolation, we can look at what's happening, typically involving a single company, but also sometimes with regard to a single issue, and monitor for patterns of noncompliance. When we monitor for patterns of noncompliance, one thing we look for is complaint quantity. The Commission publishes on its website a report quarterly with regard to complaints received against retail energy suppliers. And one of the reasons why Sunsea was selected for investigation was because over the last 2 quarters prior to the writing of the memorandum, so July 1st through September 30th, and then October 1st through the end of 2022, they had for the quarter beginning July 1st, the second highest complaint total of any supplier in Maryland. And of the last quarter in 2022, they had more complaints than any other supplier licensed in Maryland.
Great, thank you. And after Sunsea restart enrollment activities in May of 2022 or June 2022, did CAD begin receiving customer complaints about Sunsea?
Yes, we did. The first complaint came in July 21st, 2022, and during the complaint period, CAD did receive 41 complaints against Sunsea.
And of those 41 complaints, do you recall how many were resolved in the customer favor, how many were resolved in the company favor, and how many at the time of filing of the CAD memo were not completed?
Certainly. 2 complaints were resolved in the company's favor. 30 complaints were resolved in favor of the customer, and that leaves, I am not the math expert on the team. I believe that leaves, 9 complaints?
As another not math expert,
Thank you.
I believe
Yes.
it's 9.
Appreciate it. 9 unresolved at the time of the memorandum's filing.
Thank you. And you did this a bit already, but to put these complaint numbers in context, can you compare them to other retail suppliers in Maryland during the time period, during the complaint period?
Yes, absolutely. As I mentioned, the Consumer Affairs Division does publish reports with regard to the activities, complaint activity of third-party retail energy supplier. In the first quarter of fiscal year 2023, One thing that we look at is companies that have the most complaints, and in that period, Sunsea Energy LLC did have the second most complaints of any supplier. And in the second quarter 2023, fiscal year 2023 report, Sunsea did come in with the most complaints of any supplier licensed in Maryland.
Thank you. And is the total number of complaints necessarily relevant for the commission to initiate evidentiary proceedings or impose a remedy? Is there a threshold number anywhere in COMAR or in the statute?
No, there isn't a threshold number. That said, there is the matter of resources. We can't viably bring every company with a complaint in front of the commission to have these talks. And not every company comes in front of the commission. We have relationships with companies. We communicate with companies to resolve issues. And most of those issues are not resolved with me here on the witness stand. So when we look at good candidates for moving on to the next step, this level of escalation, we do look at complaint quantity, and we also look at the nature of the complaints.
Please summarize the COMAR violations supported by the evidence uncovered by the CEU and discussed in the CAD memo.
Certainly. See, broadly, the violations tend to fall into a few main buckets. There's some defects in contracting practices and documents. Those are, again, this is regarding the complaint period of July 1st, 2022 through January 27th, 2023. The contracts that we are seeing coming from the complainants don't meet the regulatory requirements. And in addition to the defects in contracting practices and documents, we also had numerous unauthorized enrollments of customers. And what is an unauthorized enrollment of customers? Well, in order to sign on to one of these retail energy suppliers, you need a customer's consent. And that may sound like common sense, but it is something that has come up in violation here with Sunsea. And see, in addition, we talked about some more of the consumer protection regs, getting to misrepresentation by agents. In addition to, what we call slamming, just a straight unauthorized enrollment, there's another level of nuance to it. You can, as an agent of a company, represent to a potential customer that maybe you have an affiliation that you don't. Maybe you say to the customer that you're with their utility or some other trusted agency or company. And maybe you tell them that they're going to get a ton of savings. These kinds of misrepresentations might lead a customer to sign on to a contract that they don't spend a lot of time reading the fine print on. In addition, once a person signs on, whether authorized or unauthorized, that customer needs to know that they can get in touch with the company if there are any issues. Inaccessibility of customer service representatives was something that came up, I believe, 16 times in the course of reviewing these 41 complaints, which is disappointing because a lot of these allegations dealt with claims of slamming and misrepresentation. So when you're having these kinds of issues and you can't get a hold of the company to end this purported agreement you have with them, well, that's a problem.
And you alluded to this, but how many of the complaints cited primary issues of unauthorized enrollment or slamming?
Primary issue, 27.
And how many complaints cited the primary issue of, or how many complaints identified instances where The complaints describe difficulty reaching Sunsea to end service.
I believe 16.
Could you turn to page 9 of the
Oh.
CAD memo?
Yes, yes, please.
Second paragraph after D, inaccessibility.
Yes, 16 of the 41 complaints described inaccessibility issues. Thank you for helping confirm.
My pleasure. When CAD makes a finding of legal violation by a supplier, is there any legal limitation restricting CAD to only the violations expressly identified in the complaint?
Oh, no. The Commission has broad authority to investigate allegations of misrepresentation, slamming, other illegal activity, and CAD is therefore empowered to, not just empowered to, but required to conduct an investigation when we receive complaints.
May I approach?
You may.
Before we get into this exhibit, CAD would like to move into evidence CAD Exhibit 1. Make a motion to move into evidence CAD Exhibit 1, please.
CAD Exhibit 1 is moved into evidence.
And I'd like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 2, and this is confidential. This filing is a consumer complaint that contains personal identifiable information.
So marked as CAD Exhibit number 2, this appears to be contracts and emails from CAD. This is confidential, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we'll mark this as CAD Exhibit 2C.
Thank you. Ms. Bolton, what is this document?
Can you please give me a complaint number?
Yes, the complaint number of this document is 036542.
Oh, sorry, the witness doesn't have a copy.
No, I'm good. I've got it in here. Thank you. Just gotta fish it out.
Yes.
Okay, 542. I have it in front of me.
Excellent. And so what is this document or package of documents?
This collection of documents is the complaint file in complaint number 36542, received by the Consumer Affairs Division from the company Sunsea Energy and the complainant.
And just a reminder to all parties here, I think we could get through this line of questioning without actually naming the complainant or addresses or anything like that.
Thank you, yes. And did you review this complaint when preparing the CAD memo?
Yes, I did.
Can you please turn to page 3 of the CAD memo? And I apologize in advance, there are not page numbers on these exhibits, so page 3 will be front and back is 1 and 2. Page 3 would be the front of the second page in the packet, if that's clear. Are you there, Ms. Bolton?
Let's see, I'm looking at page 1, flipping. Page 2 is on the back side of that sheet. Page 3 is what I'm looking at now with the dispute information on this complaint. Is that where I need to be?
Yes, thank you. Could you please summarize the basis of the complaint, of the dispute?
Absolutely. This dispute was received by the Consumer Affairs Division on August 2nd, 2022, and pertaining to an enrollment which took place on July 21st, 2022, in which the complainant explains that she advised the representative, when this representative came to her home, that she was not interested in enrollment. She then received an enrollment form in the mail and was advised that she had been enrolled. This was one of the 16 complainants who had difficulties reaching the company to cancel. This complainant noted that she called the company over 12 times and sent numerous emails with no response. This complainant felt that the activity leading up to the enrollment was fraudulent, and the individual wanted to let us know that they did not agree to any of these terms.
Thank you. And turning to the to the end of this packet of documents, towards CAD's determination on page 28, it's the second to last page. Once you get there, could you please explain what was CAD's determination in this case?
Okay, I am in the second to last page of this packet. The Consumer Affairs Division's initial decision letter in this is a, let's see, it looks like 1, 2, 3, it's about a 3 or 4 page synopsis of some of the findings and some of the issues noted here. And in this instance, the specialist noted that there's a regulatory framework in Maryland that has specific requirements regarding contracting, and noted further that there aren't any indications to her that the signed agreement with terms and conditions, contract summary, and notice of cancellations were left with this customer as required by COMAR at the time of the completion of the contracting process. In addition, there were the specialist flagged some issues with the enrollment process, and noted the document used to collect this potential customer's information does have a place for a signature and a place where an agent can write down that customer's information and indicate with the customer's signature that the customer has reviewed the contract, including the contract summary, the terms of service. Well, the document doesn't verify the receipt of the contract at the time of completion of the contracting process as required. See, the specialist also notes that the contract summary by itself does not stand as a contract. Notes that there were some materials received from the company, including a document entitled Maryland Residential and Small Commercial Electric Service Purchase and Sale Agreement Terms of Service. While that may have included most of the terms and conditions of a contract, it's not by itself a contract. And whatever alleged contract that may have been reviewed or signed wasn't provided. So this specialist found, based on the information provided by all parties, that the lack of a signed contract, lack of a valid contract, along with the agent's failure to provide the complainant with a copy of any executed contract and completed contract summary and cancellation document at the completion of the contracting process led her to determine that this enrollment was invalid. And it's noted further in the closing letter that Sunsea Energy, in their response to the complaint, did not respond to complainant's allegation of fraudulent enrollment, and they did not state if any action was taken against this agent, if any training or coaching was provided. So in making a decision about the validity of these claims, we do like to listen to both sides of the story. But if we're not getting any more information from the company, we can listen to the only side that we have with regard to the specifics of the transaction. And the specialist did correctly advise the company that the supplier is responsible for the actions of their agents.
Excellent, thank you. And so could you turn to, you mentioned the customer information page that Sunsea uses in lieu of a Comar contract. That's on page 7 of this packet of documents.
I would object to, oh, sorry. I'll object after. I thought you were done.
Just please turn to page 7 of this package of documents to what is identified as the Sunsea contract.
Your Honor, I would object to the assumption in the question that Sunsea uses that contract form. That's an outdated contract form that was Sunsea stopped using prior to, Sunsea only used prior to October 2022.
Objection is sustained. Counsel, can you rephrase your question?
Sure, I'll ask differently. Ms. Bolden, on page 7 of this package of documents, what's the date of the enrollment on the customer information form?
July 21st, 2022.
So this customer was enrolled during the CAD complaint period that led to the initiation of this current investigation?
They complained during the period, and they were enrolled during that period, yes.
And based on CAD's determination that we just heard, this is the document that CAD believes to be a contract, and that it requires a customer signature, and it's presented to customers as a contract during that time period, whether it's prior to October 2022.
Well, CAD would maintain that this document is not a contract, but yes, this is the document that a customer received on July 21st, 2022 that does not meet the regulatory requirements provided in Title 20 of Comar.
And so why would CAD say that this is not a contract? What is missing?
Okay, so let's take it apart. The document in Comar 2053-7-8, the regulation does provide for the minimum contract requirements with regard to contracting for retail supply in the state of Maryland. And it is important that this page and a half of information be included in this contract. This contract is one page. I can if you want, but I won't go through what all is included here and what all is, and read you guys the regulation. But there are elements that are not present. In addition to the requirement that a contract be signed by the customer, there is also the requirement that the contract summary be completed. And the contract and contract summary are two distinct documents. If one is missing terms, it cannot reference and borrow from the other terms that it lacks. That is not envisioned under Comar. Ultimately, this document, purportedly signed by this customer, does not contain many of the terms. For example, It doesn't have information about the circumstances where early cancellation can occur. It doesn't include statements describing contract renewal procedures. It doesn't include a notice that the customer acknowledges the customer billing and payment information can be provided, with regard to different categorizations of billing services. I could go through all of these if you would like, but I don't know what kind of time we have.
I think you made your point. Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Turning to the flip side of this document, the customer information document, there is a contract summary. Based on your review of the complaint documents, did Sunsea provide a contract summary on the form provided by the Commission as required by COMAR?
Maryland does have a very specific contract summary form that is available on the Commission's website, and this isn't quite it. It does say Maryland's electricity contract summary, but one of the issues that we have also is we're not quite sure what the customer is seeing at the door. We are not sure what is being left with the customer once the agent departs.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit, that uncertainty? Where does that come? Does that come from lack of information being shared, or could you elaborate on the uncertainty about whether or not the representatives are leaving an executed contract at the door as required by COMAR?
Yeah, and I want to start by, talking about why we care about this. We aren't looking for contract minutia because we like it. These are, at their core, consumer protection regulations to make sure that people who are signing into these very sophisticated agreements for these variable rate products, because each and every one of these contracts signed was for a variable rate product, to make sure people understand what it is that they're buying and what the terms are, how to get out. Can you get out? Do you have to pay to get out? When we have these contract requirements, I don't want to undersell the importance of making sure that all of that is present at the time of contracting. And also, the notice of cancellation, 2 copies of which are required with their dates filled out to be left with the customer at the time of contracting. So when the customer sits down and maybe goes through their contract, whether it's a paper contract or an electronic copy that was sent or emailed at the time of contracting. That was not, by the way, what happened in this instance, but that is one of the ways that you can leave a contract with a customer. That person can use their notice of cancellation, call the number, and cancel that transaction in the event of a door-to-door sale. So, ultimately, having that information is really a critical customer protection in Maryland. And one of the reasons why it's necessary that when a customer is finished with a door-to-door transaction, which can be coercive, they have the option to really sit down and look at what it is that they just agreed to. And if they have questions, they can follow up about those questions. If they decide they don't want this at all, they can cancel. So when we look at these complaints, and several of them mentioned that they did not understand or did not know that they were subject to this contract until they received something in the mail, often from their utility, notifying them of a change in the company providing supply, energy supply.
Thank you. And speaking about sort of these execute contracts and the contract package of documents, does Sunsea's alleged incorporation of contract summary, and terms and conditions create a valid contract?
those documents are required to stand on their own. So if we have a document like the Maryland Residential and Small Commercial Electric Service Purchase and Sale Agreement Customer Information Form, like we discussed on the prior page of this packet, even if it references the existence of other documents, that still doesn't get it over the hurdle of the regulations in Comar Title 20 that speak to what is necessary for a form of contract. And, in case there was any confusion on that matter, forgive me while I shuffle my 800 papers up here, we do have some recent precedent on how that is interpreted in Maryland. For instance, in case number 9614, the matter of the complaint of staff of the Public Service Commission against Direct Energy Services proposed order, a public utility law judge, now made final, issued January 14th, 2022, page 20, paragraph 51. Our public utility law judge finds, as the Commission has previously found, that a contract summary, as evidenced by the specific facts in evidence in this case, is insufficient to meet the requirements of disclosure of material contract terms and conditions. The contract summary cannot stand by itself. The enrollment form cannot stand by itself. Terms and conditions cannot stand by itself. In addition, we have in case number 9661, in the matter of the complaint of the staff of the Public Service Commission of Maryland versus Statewise Energy Maryland, issued December 10th, 2021, made final 1 month later, January 10th, 2022. And in this instance, I'm going to turn your hypothetical future attention, as you have this in front of you, to page 19, paragraph 65. The public utility law judge in this instance noted that the difficulty with the company's position is that a signed contract is required pursuant to Comar 2053. In this case, it was an electric. There's a similar regulation for gas, and goes on to say the most logical interpretation of these regulations is that what is required is a document that itself constitutes a contract that is signed. A contract summary is also required, and this is a separate document. The contract summary cannot form part of the contract as in Statewise's scenario. So ultimately, between the regulations and the case law, which has, in these two instances, been on the books for over a year now, make it clear what the Commission and what the Consumer Affairs Division, therefore, is looking for in terms of contracts. Sorry about the read-along, but I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that these aren't points I am making because Stephanie Bolton likes this. This is coming from the established precedent that we've had for over a year here at the Commission.
Commission will take judicial notice of the difference between the contract and the contract summaries and of prior decisions. Mr. Tomlinson.
Thank you. At this time, Cat would like to make a motion to move Cat Exhibit 2C into evidence.
Cat Exhibit 2C is moved into evidence.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
CAD would like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 3C. This is, again, a package of complaint documents, complaint number 36737.
So marked as Exhibit CAD 3C.
Ms. Bolton, what is this document?
This is the complaint case file for case number 36737. It was pardon me. There we go. It was filed with the Commission on August 29th, 2022, and based on an enrollment dated July 13th, 2022. This is a complete case file, which includes documents received from the company and the complaint narrative, as well as the Consumer Affairs Division finding.
And could you briefly describe the complaint narrative? What was complained about, and what were CAD's determinations in this case?
Yes, in this instance with complaint number 36737, a agent of Sunsea came to the door of an individual and wanted to talk about the individual's bill. The individual has the conversation, and the agent mentioned that if the individual showed her his gas and electric bills, she could explain why his utility is overcharging, and save this individual money on his bill. The individual showed the agent his bills, and the agent spends about 5 to 10 seconds at the page with the charges, and then inputs the individual's information, account number, choice number, into the agent's tablet, or I'm sorry, into her phone, without asking first. There wasn't anything explained about the bill as promised, and ultimately the individual found himself enrolled by this company, and this company meaning Sunsea, and was very surprised because he signed nothing. So this is his account of what happened throughout the course of the Consumer Affairs Division investigation. We collected information from the company as well. Oh, sorry.
Could I direct your attention
Yeah.
to the last page of this document, CAD's determination? Based on the complaint and the evidence in this packet, what was CAD's final determination in this case?
And CADS found that the customer did not sign any documents, and did tell the agent that he was not planning to enroll. And the specialist further noted that the agent made several false or misleading statements according to the complainant, and the company didn't respond to any of the specific claims, but did note that Sunsea has a zero tolerance policy and has terminated the agent who enrolled this account without the complainant's authorization.
And this is on page 29 of the current complaint packet. Is that
Second
right?
to last page, you got it.
And so on the page following the statement regarding the agent termination, there's the Sunsea Residential and Small Commercial Electricity Service Agreement. Is this the same document that we discussed in the previous complaint that was used to obtain the customer signature?
See, this is the Residential and Small Commercial Electricity Service Agreement from Sunsea Energy LLC. This one is a tiny bit different than the one that we were looking at in the last complaint, but it is pretty similar.
When you say that some things are different, is there anything different that is incorrect or that would draw the attention of a CAD reviewer?
Let's see. First of all, that would draw the attention of a CAD reviewer.
Let me rephrase. In the middle of this document, of this page, there's a bullet point, the second bullet point below the customer signature that states, "You are the customer of record or the spouse of the customer of record." Is the spouse of a customer of record allowed to enroll for electric services?
No, customer of record only.
And how is customer of record defined in COMAR?
The customer of record is defined as the account holder on the utility bill.
Thank you. And just to confirm some other information on this page here, there's a sales agent's printed name, there's a sales agent's signature, and there's what's purported to be a buyer's name and a buyer's signature at the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
I see that.
And moving on to page 37 of this packet, which is the welcome letter.
Yes.
Do the packets sent with the welcome letter following the alleged enrollment match the documents that were given to the customer at the time of enrollment?
Assuming any documents were given to the customer at the time of enrollment in any of these cases, no, they do not match.
Thank you. So just to clarify, it's unclear whether or not Sunsea leaves the customer with a hard copy of the executed contract at the time of enrollment?
I am unclear on that, yes, thank you.
Is Sunsea responsible for the behavior of its third-party vendors?
Yes, absolutely.
Are there any commission regulations that say as much?
Yes, we do have regulations to that effect.
The witness has answered the question.
Thank you. Yeah, I am digging through my packet. I may not have printed quite everything on the internet, but yes, there is a regulation in COMAR Title 20 that speaks to that.
Great, thank you. And based on the assertion on page 29 regarding the agent termination statement, under what circumstances does Sunsea terminate an agent?
Objection. Not sure how this witness would know under what circumstances Sunsea would terminate an agent.
Based on your review, oh, sorry.
Number 29, mine goes to 26.
It's this,
What page is that?
I have it as 20, if you're counting not pages, but sort of front and back as individual pages. So it's,
Can you describe the top?
the top is, it's a letter from Sunsea. It's new supplier complaint. It has Sunsea letterhead on the top.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
The objection is sustained.
Ms. Bowen, based on your review of the complaints, did you find any additional enrollments fulfilled by this same agent?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to move into evidence. I'd like to make a motion to move into evidence Exhibit 3C, CAD Exhibit 3C.
CAD Exhibit 3, confidential, 3C is moved into evidence.
If I may, Your Honor, I thought that the one we were looking at is already CAD 3C. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was, never mind. My mistake.
May I approach?
You may. Mr. Tomlinson, approximately how many more, much time do you need for this witness?
I have 3 more exhibits. I could make it 2.
Okay.
I'd like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 4C. This is complaint number 36711. And it's a similar package of complaint documents to the 2 previous exhibits.
So marked as 4C.
Ms. Bolton, what is this document?
This is the packet from the CAD complaint, including company response.
And did you review this complaint when preparing the CAD memo?
Yes, I did.
Could you please turn to page 5 of this packet of documents and briefly summarize the explanation from the customer for this complaint?
The explanation from the customer wrote in with this complaint advising that they claim to be from this person's utility, SMECO, and asked about doing a meter check and asked that she sign something for that meter check.
Okay. And moving on to the Sunsea contract on page 10. It's on the back of a page. Please let me know when you're there.
Is this the Maryland residential and small commercial?
Customer information
Yeah.
page? Yes.
Yep, I am there.
Okay, and what's the date of the enrollment at the top of this page?
August 20th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. And what is the name of the, is the agent's signature at the bottom of this page the same agent that was responsible for the enrollment in CAD Exhibit 3C?
It is certainly the same name. It appears so, yes.
And so this was the same agent that in Exhibit 3C, Sunsea stated was terminated, that is continuing to enroll customers over a month later into August?
It appears that way to me.
Do you know how many Sunsea customers were enrolled by this agent?
Ooh, Good question. During the complaint period, it looks like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks like 3.
And Sunsea asserts it has a zero tolerance policy with agents. Based on your review of the complaints and contract documents, does that appear to be a true and accurate claim?
It does not.
I'd like to make a motion to move into evidence CAD Exhibit 4C.
CAD Exhibit 4C is entered into evidence.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Mr. Tomlinson, we'll take a brief recess after you're done with your direct. Do you know about how much more time you need?
10, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Ms. Bolton, what is this document?
Can I get a case number?
It's not been marked.
Apologize. I'd like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 5C.
So marked.
Ms. Bolton, this is complaint number 36825.
36825, got it.
What is this document?
This is the complaint package for 36825, including CAD's findings and the materials received from the company.
And did you review this document when preparing the CAD memo?
Yes, I did.
Could you please turn to page 11, which is the handwritten complaint of the individual?
I'm there.
Could you please briefly summarize the basis of this complaint as written by the individual?
This person said they never signed up with this company. They found out about this company through BG&E, their utility. They don't know anything about a company until BG&E sent them a letter indicating that they were switched. And this customer further alleges that she has been trying to contact them, left messages. Nobody reached back out to her at all, she says. She's left voicemails at every extension they have, and she is fed up.
Thank you. And then flipping ahead to, again, the customer information. This is page 15, the Sunsea contract, or the document that Sunsea uses to obtain the customer signature. Page 15.
Yes.
Just to be clear, this is the same contract document that you previously testified lacks the minimum contract requirements, the minimum information required by COMAR?
Correct.
And this is the same package of documents that fails to make it clear whether or not an executed contract is left with the customer at the time of contracting?
Correct.
Thank you. And if you look to the agent's signature at the bottom of the page, is it clear what is that a legible signature?
No.
Did you see that similar illegible signature in additional complaints that you reviewed?
Yes, I did.
May you please elaborate?
It's a difficult signature to read, and it would have been helpful to have an agent identification number. Some companies do that, but in this case, I had to go off of just what I'm seeing here, and it looks like that signature appeared on, let's see, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 other complaints.
Okay, thank you. And turning back from page 15 back to page 11 of the customer explanation and signature, you mentioned that the customer claimed they never signed up for Sunsea.
They did sign a complaint to that effect.
Could you compare the signature at the bottom of page 11 to the signature allegedly purported to be the customer's signature on page 15?
Yes. And you don't have to be a handwriting analyst to see it is not the same signature.
Thank you. And signing a false signature would be a violation of COMAR?
And probably other things.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move into evidence CAD Exhibit 5C.
CAD 5C is moved into evidence.
Okay, this is final exhibit for this witness. May I approach?
You may.
I'd like to mark for identification CAD Exhibit 6C.
So marked as 6C.
Ms. Bolton, what is this document?
Could I get a case number?
Case number 36989.
This is probably my fault, but I am shuffling through the papers I have in front of me, and I do not see it. Oh, wait, no.
Copy.
Well, we'll give you a copy, Ms. Bolton.
Thank you. I apologize. I do have the packet in front of me now.
Thank you. And what is it?
This is the complaint packet to include the complaint, the documents received from the company, and the Consumer Affairs Division finding in complaint number 36989.
Okay, thank you. And could you please summarize the basis of the complaint and the CAD findings? The explanation is on page 3. The consumer explanation is on page 3.
Yes, the complainant describes an agent coming to her home and asking to see the BG&E bill, her BG&E bill, asking a bunch of random questions and writing down the complainant's BG&E information. The complainant said she was asked to sign some papers, and nobody told her what she was signing, and no copies were given. She says that nobody brought up during that conversation that she would be switching electric companies. And and she found out from her utility BG&E that her supply service had been switched to Sunsea Energy.
Thank you. And could you turn to page 20 of this packet, which is the customer information document? Looks like this. With the customer's, what's held out to be the customer's signature?
Yes, the Maryland Residential and Small Commercial Electric Service Purchase and Sale Agreement.
Is that the same agent signature from the CAD Exhibit 5C?
It does appear that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
And flipping to the CAD determination in this case, did CAD find any issues with inaccessibility of customer service representatives? And this is the final few pages of the document. Ms. Bowen, could I maybe direct your attention to the bottom of the second to last page, right above the heading CAD ordered refund? It talks about Sunsea's response to allegations of, or failure to respond.
They did fail to respond to the complainant's allegation of misrepresentation.
And Sunsea would be required to respond to that sort of allegation pursuant to COMAR, correct?
They are required to respond to the complaint. We prefer that they give a complete response that addresses all of the issues found in a complaint, but as long as we get a response, we are comfortable moving forward with the determination.
Just 1 second. And pursuant to COMAR 2032-0103, inquiry to utility, based on your understanding, does this provision of COMAR apply to retailers?
Yes,
Retail suppliers. So to be clear, this provision of COMAR applies to Sunsea?
yes.
And how many complaints again were made in reference to inaccessibility issues when trying to contact Sunsea?
16, and I checked my notes. This is one of them.
CAD would like to make a motion to move into evidence CAD Exhibit 6C.
CAD Exhibit 6C is moved into evidence.
Okay, just a couple additional questions, Ms. Bolden. Is there an appeal process for the company to dispute CAD determinations or findings that it disagrees with?
Yes.
Based on your review of the correspondence and documents related to this case, did Sunsea appeal disputes to CAD determinations?
No, they made no request for further review for any of the complaints discussed in the memo and in this complaint period.
Was Sunsea given notice to the substantiated claims of noncompliance at any point by CAD throughout the complaint period that led to this initiation today?
Yes, both parties to a complaint receive a copy of CAD's determination.
And you mentioned that CAD is not bound by specific negative findings in various complaints. Does the fact that the complaint has been closed with CAD without specific findings or failures by the company impact the commission or staff or OPC's ability to have this, to view complaints that came during the complaint period today?
The Consumer Affairs Division Compliance and Enforcement Unit does take a broader perspective on looking for patterns within individual complaints. A specialist within that division might just be resolving one complaint, but their findings are not binding on, well, let me step that back. Their findings are not, we are able to look at the allegations in a complaint in light of the allegations and findings in other similar complaints.
Sunsea raised issue with CAD citations to Comar 20.530602 and Comar 25.90602 to attempt to call into question the veracity of the entire CAD memo. Are you familiar with the differences between these two citations?
Can you read one more time?
Sure. CAD makes this citation in its memo to Comar 20.53.06.02 and Comar 20.59.06.02 related to non-residential supply.
Yes, I see where we're at now. Yes, it looks like we mistakenly included the reference to the commercial provision in Comar instead of the residential provision in Comar. Fortunately, they have identical language, so I trust that the meaning was not lost on Sunsea.
Did CAD ever make any assurances to Sunsea that this matter could be resolved without escalation?
No.
Based on your review of the documents and contract materials, did CAD ever have sufficient basis to close a customer inquiry pursuant to Comar 2032-0104I based on a finding that the customer has not dealt in good faith with the supplier?
No.
Do the matters in the CAD memo represent outlier allegations?
No.
Okay. May you please summarize your analysis and conclusions regarding your review of the documents related to Sunsea and the violations cited in the CAD memo?
Going through 41 of these complaints, we have major issues with slamming, major issues with misrepresentation, major issues with customers being unable to get in touch with a representative from the company to end these contracts that they are finding that they are in, despite having no documents from the company and no idea what this means for them and their bottom line. Ultimately, we've seen Sunsea before, and that is a factor in the recommendations that CAD made in its memorandum, that Sunsea identify and refund the affected customers the difference between what they had been billed and their SOS, standard offer service rates. That is why we were looking to prohibit them from acquiring new customers in Maryland. That is why we were looking for a civil penalty and why we were seeking to have the license of Sunsea revoked. The allegations in these complaints, heard again and again, are extremely serious. We take every complaint seriously, and we definitely take all 41 of these complaints extremely seriously. And ultimately, with the prior case, I feel comfortable saying that Sunsea knew how to get a hold of us, and if they were looking to start marketing again in May of 2022 and wanted us to take a look at their contracting material and talk through some maybe questions about agent, we could have done that. But if we are sitting on 40 plus complaints in January of 2023 when they've been marketing for that long, and the practices are some of the more egregious I've seen when you look at some of these documents, when you look at some of these enrollment signatures, it is hard for me to want to do anything other than ask that their license be suspended or revoked.
Thank you. And does this conclude your testimony today?
Yes, it does.
Conclude with this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlinson. It's 12:45, so this would be a good time to take a lunch recess. I don't like to do that in the middle of testimony of our first of 3 witnesses today, but we will. We will have a 45-minute lunch break. Ms. Bolton will be available for cross-examination at that time. Ms. Bolton, please do not speak to anybody about your testimony during the lunch break. We're in recess till 1:45. We are back on the record in case number 9647. The witness may return to the stand. Ms. Bolton, you remain under oath. We'll begin with cross-examination, if any, by staff counsel.
Not wanting to violate the local rules, Your Honor, I have no cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Any cross from Office of People's Counsel?
None from OPC.
Any cross from Sunsea?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may
Thank you.
Begin.
I'm more than happy to allow the witness time to unpack.
Okay, sorry. Ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bolton.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start by confirming with you that you testified earlier today that you concluded that Sunsea continued to use Donna Johnson to enroll customers after Sunsea informed CAD that Donna Johnson had been terminated. Is that correct?
I testified that Donna Johnson enrolled multiple complainants.
Correct. Did you not testify that she enrolled agents for 1 month after Sunsea informed CAD that she was terminated?
I think that Donna Johnson enrolled complainants for 1 month after the first complainant, I believe that was July 13th, 2022, and that the next enrollment was a month later, or at least the next one that we discussed.
When you say the first enrollment, are you referring to... Certainly, Doug. When you say the first complainant, Ms. Bolton, are you referring to Mr. Seth Yazel, which was CAD Exhibit C3 or 3C?
I can see how that's confusing because that is the first that we discussed of Donna Johnson. The complaint in that instance was dated August 25th, 2022, and I'm showing, oh wait. Oh, the complaint is dated August 29th, 2022. I'm showing a Donna Johnson enrollment of July 13th, 2022. I also have another complaint dated 8/25/2022, enrollment by Donna Johnson, date of enrollment 8/20/2022.
May I ask you, based on Exhibit 3C, CAD 3C, what was the date that Sunsea informed CAD that it had terminated Donna Johnson?
If you have it handy, I'm willing to stipulate.
Sunsea's response to the complaint is it follows the large visual of the refund check.
Sunsea's response to complaint. Can I get a page number?
This exhibit doesn't have page numbers. It's the page that immediately follows the large picture of the refund check.
I can offer it's page 29 of that packet of documents, counting the front and back of each page, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Could you, looking at this document, could you tell me when the refund check was mailed to the customer?
Yes, the document reads that the refund check was mailed on September 3rd, 2022.
And could CAD have received this document prior to September 3rd, 2022?
Likely not.
And is this where CAD was informed by Sunsea that Agent Donna Johnson was terminated?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date of the CAD complaint that this responds to?
The date of this CAD complaint is August 29th, 2022.
So your testimony is that CAD was first informed that Sunsea terminated Donna Johnson on or after September 3rd, 2022. Because that's when CAD received this letter. Had to be-
Objection. There's,
There-
sorry.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. And you concluded, you concluded and mentioned twice so far today that after Sunsea informed CAD that it terminated Donna Johnson, you said that you found enrollments for 1 month after that period of time. Is that correct?
With regard to the Donna Johnson enrollments, the first that we have on record is from a complaint dated August 13th, 2022, and the date of enrollment was June 19th, 2022. The second Donna Johnson complaint was dated 8/25/2022, and the date of enrollment was 8/20/2022. And the next complaint we have for Donna Johnson has an complaint filing date of August 29th, 2022, and a date of enrollment July 13th, 2022.
So, if CAD received Mr. Gazel's complaint on August 29th, 2022, and you received the response from Sunsea on or after September 3rd, 2022, which you just agreed with, and that is where CAD was informed that Sunsea terminated Donna Johnson.
I'm following so far.
What is your evidence that Sunsea continued to let Donna Johnson enroll accounts for 1 month after CAD was informed about her termination, which you testified to twice?
Oh, I think I can clarify. So, when we're talking about Donna Johnson, we're looking at her history of enrollments, which began in June of 2022. Although the first complaint with a Donna Johnson enrollment would have come through in August 13th, 2022.
Good question, Doug. They're referring to an agent, not a customer, so we're okay. Yeah, thank you. Let's just be mindful. I know that we mentioned Mr. Rotzko. You mentioned Mr. Easel's name in open court. We've noted that he's going to be testifying today, so I'm comfortable with that, but let's be sure not to mention any other names. Thank you to the court reporter.
So, Donna Johnson's dates of enrollment, at least according to the 41 CAD complaints that we have in this time period, are showing June 19th, 2022, got an August 20th, 2022, and a July 13th, 2022.
Are there any from October 2022, the month after CAD was informed about her termination?
Nope.
Okay. So what is your evidence that Sunsea continued to have her enroll agents after CAD was informed of her termination? You testified to that twice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I distinguished what I was testifying to.
Okay. So do you still stand by your testimony that Sunsea continued to have Donna Johnson enroll agents for 1 month after CAD was informed of her termination?
I don't know that that was exactly my testimony.
Do you believe, or is it your testimony now?
I no.
Okay. Moving to CAD exhibit number 2C. Are you ready?
I've got it.
If you look at page, if you would look at the consumer's complaint, which is on the third page of this document.
Yes.
Earlier today, is it correct that you testified that this consumer did not receive a signed contract?
I testified that I am not clear as to whether this person received a signed contract.
Did the consumer tell you, or tell CAD, excuse me, in the complaint that she did not receive a signed contract?
See, this person said that they received an enrollment form in the mail and advised that they had been enrolled, and that appears to be the first this person had seen of their enrollment documents.
So, did the consumer inform CAD that the consumer, I won't use specific pronouns, but that this consumer did not receive a signed contract at the door?
That's correct.
This says that right here. Does it say that in her complaint? Would you like me to ask you the question again?
Are you...
Counsel, does it say what in the complaint?
Earlier today, Ms. Bolton testified that this consumer did not receive a signed copy of the contract. And I'm just asking her if the complaint that CAD received from this consumer stated that.
Objection. I believe Ms. Bolton stated that it was unclear whether or not the customer received the signed contract.
Well, based on page 3 here, either the customer received a signed contract at the door or they didn't. Was this a door knock?
Your Honor, all of Sunsea's marketing activities after it recommenced were door to door. So yes. Ms. Bolton, did Sunsea provide CAD with a copy of a wet paper contract signed by the consumer?
CAD did receive the Maryland Residential and Small Commercial Electric Service Purchase and Sale Agreement customer information page signed by somebody.
the customer signature space is filled out?
It is filled out.
And did you, but yet you inferred that the customer had not received a copy of this?
I have a lot of questions about whether or not people that were subject to Sunsea marketing did receive those documents at the door. I'm seeing too many complainants in their narrative talk about how they had no idea what this company was, and we're hearing about it for the first time when they receive something through the mail. Often from their utility. Sometimes they're seeing it on their bill and wondering what this is. We don't expect our complainants to come to us experts in commercial law, door-to-door act in Maryland. We don't expect them to be experts in what the elements of a bad transaction are. We don't expect them to understand energy policy. We take people as they are, and we can look at the big picture. And the big picture is we've got a lot of people who are very confused about who Sunsea is and how they ended up on their utility bill.
So, is it your testimony then that you don't know whether this customer received the wet paper copy?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. Earlier today, and in the CAD memo, you cite this complaint as an instance of the customer not being able to reach Sunsea. Is that correct?
This customer did report that they immediately called and emailed to cancel with no response. This company further stated, or this customer further stated in their narrative, that they have called the company over 12 times and sent numerous emails with no response. So yes, this is one of the 16 that were having a hard time getting in touch with Sunsea.
And if you wouldn't mind turning to approximately the 5th page of this exhibit, which is Sunsea's response to the complaint. Is it accurate that the solicitation was completed on July 21, 2022?
Yes.
And that the service ended on August 15, 2022? Or excuse me, August 5th, 2022?
Yes, that's what we have in the response from the company.
Did CAD ask for proof that she called the Sunsea more than 12 times and sent numerous emails?
No.
Did CAD ask Sunsea for those emails?
CAD asked Sunsea for any documents that would help support its claims in this complaint case. Yes.
Did Sunsea make any claims in this complaint case, or did it simply refund the money so that everybody could move on?
It did refund the money.
Okay. And is it accurate that this woman's, or excuse me, this consumer's account was terminated within 3 days of Sunsea receiving the CAD complaint?
See, I'm showing, according to this company letter. The service end date is August 5th, 2022. And the complaint was filed. This is a July. Oh, I'm sorry. This is August 2nd, 2022.
Okay. So, although there was just a 3-day period before Sunsea terminated the service, you're using this as an example of the customer not being able to get a quick response from Sunsea?
Yes.
Okay. Staying with Exhibit CAD 2C for a moment. Ms. Bolton, earlier today, did you testify that the documents that Sunsea provided to CAD, that Sunsea believed were the contract documents, okay, in response to this complaint, did you you were talking about some problems that you saw with these documents. Did you testify that that Sunsea did not provide a notice to the consumer on how to cancel this contract, the service?
There was a little bit of a difference in the two batches of possible contract documents that we got from Sunsea, again, assuming that the customer was left with any documents at all, which I cannot guarantee. So when we would get information back from Sunsea in response to these complaints, we would get a batch of documents that were the welcome package, and we would get a batch of documents that was titled something like either wet signature or customer's gas enrollment agreement, customer's electric enrollment agreement. And in the batch that contained the wet signature or enrollment agreements, typically the notice of cancellation was singular. There was only one copy of that document. The dates were not filled out as required by Maryland commercial law. And then in the welcome packet, we did see 2 copies of the notice of cancellation, and the dates were filled out. So I'm really confused about which of those 2 the customer saw, again, if the customer saw any.
On the wet signature page in this exhibit, which is just after Sunsea's response to the complaint.
The wet signature page, the Maryland residential and small, okay, sorry. Yes.
Would you read the bold font just below the customer's first signature in the middle of the page?
Certainly. You, the buyer, may cancel this transaction at any time within 3 business days of the date of this transaction. See the notice of cancellation form for an explanation of this right.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'd like to mark as Sunsea.
No, please, you're away from the microphone and I can't take that.
My mistake. I'd like to mark this document as Sunsea 1C.
So marked as Sunsea Exhibit 1C.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Office supplies? Anyone? Oh, yeah. Huh? Ah, thank you.
Ms. Bolton, if you would turn to CAD Exhibit 1C, which I believe is the CAD memo.
That's just one.
Oh, just one, okay. CAD Exhibit 1, excuse me.
Okay, I have CAT Exhibit 1.
Sunsea's Exhibit 1C is complaint number 37167. And this is CAD's transmission of that complaint to Sunsea.
What's your question, counsel?
I need one more piece of this. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, it's here. Okay. Question is, does the CAD memo on page 9, footnote 28, include this complaint as an example of a customer who complained about having to wait 2 to 3 billing cycles before canceling Sunsea's service? That's footnote 28.
Yeah, the customer states in their narrative, I immediately contacted them October 31st,
I'm
2020.
going to stop. The witness needs to be responsive. I think it was a yes or no question. Is that right?
True, and I could clarify the question if that would be helpful.
Well, you are simply asking in Sunsea 1C if this complaint number ending in 167 is in footnote 28.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Okay. And is footnote 28 the list of examples of complaints where the customer complained about having to wait 2 to 3 billing cycles before the service was canceled?
Where they were told they would have to, yes.
And if you look at the third page of this of Sunsea's exhibit 1C, does it appear from this that it took 2 to 3 billing cycles to cancel the service?
The service gets canceled very quickly when the commission is involved.
When would the door-to-door solicitation take place?
The solicitation took place October 3rd, 2022.
And what day was it ended?
The service date was, the service end date per Sunsea's response is November 3rd, 2022.
And is that 2 to 3 business cycles or billing cycles?
No.
And yet this is an example of a complaint where the customer was disappointed about needing to wait 2 to 3 billing cycles for the service to be canceled?
I think we both agree that's not true.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we move to move this Sunsea 1C into evidence?
Sunsea 1C is moved into evidence.
May I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you. What are we marking this document as?
Your Honor, we would request to mark this document as Sunsea Exhibit 2C.
So marked.
Ms. Bolton, this is a complaint numbered 37237. And referencing back to CAD 1, which is the CAD memo, is it true that this complaint is referenced in note 19?
Yes.
As an example of slamming?
Yes.
And is it also referenced in footnote 26?
Yes.
As an example of inaccessibility of Sunsea?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton, looking at the third page of this exhibit, could you read the first line of the customer's complaint?
Sunsea Energy unknowingly enrolled me in their program in September 2021.
Ms. Bolton, are you aware that Sunsea was not enrolling customers in September of 2021?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bolton, I'd like to ask some broader questions about your work with CAD. About how many years have you been in your current position?
Little over 2 years, since November 2020.
Had you worked with CAD prior to your current position?
No, I had not.
Had you worked with consumer complaints lodged at the Public Service Commission before your current position?
No.
Okay. Over the course of your, is it fair to say you've had 3 years at CAD, 3.5 years?
More like 2.5.
2.5, okay. I guess I'm not the math expert.
Look, but that's not what we're here for today.
Over the course of your 2.5 years at CAD, could you estimate how many consumer complaints you've reviewed, investigated, and decided?
The team I oversee investigated, I just looked up the 2022 numbers. I'm pretty sure that, in 2022, we had approximately 1,726 complaints filed on all issues, with 447 of those complaints filed against suppliers.
Okay. 437.
447.
47.
And the numbers are preliminary. We're working on the annual report, which is why I had that handy. I wanted to make sure. But yeah, that's what we have right now.
Do you have a sense, is that kind of an average that you would expect over the course of a year, between 400 and 500? Supplier complaints.
Ballpark, yeah. I can tell you that between 2019 and the end of 2022, we were averaging monthly over at the Consumer Affairs Division just a smidge over 41 supplier complaints.
Monthly.
I was about to say, I don't know if you want to do the math on that. I can pull out my calculator.
No, that's okay. I do think that's more than 500, though. But so is it between 500 and 1,000 on average a year, maybe?
I would be surprised if it was more than 1,000 supplier-related complaints a year. Surprised and disappointed.
So, okay, 500. All right. Is it for the sake of, well, okay. Do you have a sense of what percentage of the supplier complaints are related to door-to-door versus telemarketing?
It's a great question, but I don't have an answer right now.
No worries. I'm just trying to get a sense of how many door-to-door complaints you might have encountered in the past 2.5 years.
I can tell you there have been more door-to-door complaints because there is a case pending in the Maryland appeals system directly related to telephone sales. So a lot of suppliers have been holding back on that channel.
Okay. Is it fair to say that from your experience dealing with many hundreds of door-to-door complaints, that you have developed an understanding of common problems that occurred during door-to-door solicitations?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe what you would consider a common problem?
Certainly. There's a lot of flavors of problems with door-to-door sales. Anything from slamming, what happens when an agent comes to the door and gets the customers or prospective customers' information and signs them up for the service without their permission. Misrepresentation is another big one. We'll see an agent come to the door and say, I'm with your utility, or I just need to go and test this meter, or sometimes I'm with Verizon, or we even had somebody try to say they were with the Public Service Commission. Yikes. We've had people misrepresent what people were purchasing. Sometimes they'll say this is 100% green energy product. Sometimes people will say you will definitely save money with this product. Sometimes people will say this product helps prevent your utility rate from escalating out of control. There's a lot of flavors of misrepresentation, but slamming, misrepresentation are a couple that we do see a lot of.
Have you developed an understanding of what sort of door-to-door enrollment procedures would work well to protect Maryland consumers from this sort of unauthorized enrollment that you just described?
Yeah.
Could you describe some of those?
So some of the companies that we've worked with on door-to-door practices have had a lot of willingness to modify their contract to make sure it's compliant with COMAR, as understood by the recent precedent. The TPVs and ETPVs are helpful, especially if they are conducted away from the customer, if the agent actually leaves and is not on the premises when this takes place. A lot of door-to-door sales are moving to not paper-based, but tablet-based, and it helps on our end, as we're checking out these complaints, to be able to see screenshots of what people are seeing at the door, and also that there be some requirement in the tablet built into that system where people have to scroll through before you get to that signature page. That's one I always like to see. See other kinds of best practices. We like to ask how people verify the email addresses that they've collected from potential customers, just so you will occasionally get somebody in the door-to-door context that may fabricate a phone number or an email address, a phone number for some of the text TPV enrollments, an email for a way to be able to say you sent documents, and having a way to verify that information. And maybe it's through whatever system you have with your TPV. There could be like a flag that comes up if, say, this is a phone number that comes up as registered with a certain type of internet service that can mask your phone number. I'm going into the weeds here, but
I'm going to interject at this point. The board here does not need to hear Ms. Bolton's theory on best practices and compliance. Mr. Roscoe, if you can narrow your questions, ask leading questions of this witness.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
At this rate, I think we'll be done by Friday, so let's proceed.
Ms. Bolton, a moment ago you referred to working with suppliers on their door-to-door marketing efforts. Am I correct on that?
You are correct.
Have you worked with Sunsea?
Sunsea has been in touch with us. Sunsea most recently sent the marketing materials that you have referenced, and I believe you're opening on January 9th, 2023?
Yes. So I'll introduce that as an exhibit, and let's do that right now. Your Honor, may I approach? Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, hey.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would like to request that we mark this as Sunsea 3.
So marked. No, 3.
3 or 3C?
Counsel said 3.
Yes, 3 is correct.
3 is correct. Okay.
And before I discuss this, may I move to admit Sunsea 2C into evidence?
2C is moved into evidence.
Ms. Bolton, a moment ago you testified that you had received this document
Yes.
prior to today?
Yes.
Thank you. And just a few minutes ago you were talking about best practices.
Yes.
In your opinion, how does Sunsea's enhanced safeguards, which are outlined in this document, how does that measure up to your standard of best practices?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and the clarity of that question.
Sustained. Counsel, would you like to rephrase your question?
Sure. Ms. Bolton, a few minutes ago, you laid out for us a list of best practices that, in your view, door-to-door marketers in Maryland should follow. One of those was a secondary electronic enrollment, where a customer works through the enrollment on its tablet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see point 3 on Sunsea Exhibit 3?
I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This document that's being referred to in this entire line of questioning involves a subsequent remedial measure that comes after all the complaints in this that are relevant to this case.
I agree, Mr. Wilson. However, you cannot object. Only Mr. Tomlinson can object to a witness that's he's sponsoring.
I object to this document for the reasons just mentioned by Mr. Wilson, that this is outside of the complaint period, and to the extent that this document is being discussed only for the relevance of potential civil penalties, that's the only relevance to remedial or subsequent compliance actions taken by the company resulting from the complaints raised in the complaint period from July 1st, 2022 to January 27, 2023. Although this document and these enhanced safeguards are relevant or are involved in a small portion of that time, the purpose of introducing this document is not to suggest compliance with that short period in January. It's alternative.
What are we talking about, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
About.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Rotzko?
Certainly, Your Honor. These safeguards were in effect for 3 weeks of the complaint period. Ms. Bolton testified that she received these during the complaint period. Sunsea used them during the complaint period. And I would like to ask Ms. Bolton 2 questions about this document, and I'd also like to ask her whether there were any complaints received after this started, within the complaint period.
I would object to that as also irrelevant.
With Mr. Tomlinson's objection, I'm going to hear your question, and then I'll rule. Ms. Bolton, do not answer the question
Oh, okay.
until you get the okay from me.
Would you like me to ask the first question first?
Please.
Okay. Ms. Bolton, item 3F in Sunsea's Enhanced Safeguards is a recorded welcome call that walks through 5 questions that the customer must answer in the affirmative in order for the enrollment to proceed. And if they answer any one of them in the negative, their enrollment is canceled. And if they are not reached within 3 phone calls, the enrollment is canceled. With that safeguard in place, just that safeguard in place, even though there are 21 others, is there any way for unauthorized enrollment to occur?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Your next question. Sustained as to relevance.
Ms. Bolton, this is the second question. Ms. Bolton, has CAD received any complaints about Sunsea enrollments that occurred between January 9 and January 27?
You may answer that question.
No.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move Sunsea Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance outside of the scope of the complaint period.
Mr. Rotzko, how do you respond?
This document was provided to CAD and staff during the complaint period and was used for enrollments during the complaint period, and it demonstrates that Sunsea's current practice has so many safeguards that the unauthorized enrollment allegations are highly unlikely to occur again. It's very relevant.
Objection is overruled. There is some relevance with respect to the 3 weeks that this was in effect. Witness has testified that she has seen this document prior to today, so this document is in.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Exhibit Sunsea 4.
So marked.
Ms. Bolton, have you seen this document before?
The first page of this does look like the wet signature, or I guess enrollment sheets that we received during the complaint period. I haven't looked at every page of the document, though.
Ms. Bolton, this copy of the document you have in front of you, this was included in the email to staff on January 6th. This is Sunsea's new contract, and it was in effect for those 3 weeks in January that are within the complaint period. And you received an email copy of it in January. Just to be very brief on this, earlier today you walked through one of CAD's exhibits, picking out flaws in the contract that was in that exhibit. Do you have a moment to look through this and see if anything jumps out at you as non-compliant with CAD's current standards with respect to?
Objection, Your Honor. It's not relevant to the complaint period. CAD's current standards are not relevant.
Sustained, and the witness is not going to be able to go through 15 pages of contract terms to see if there's anything missing.
Indeed. May I ask a few specific questions about this?
You may.
Then? Ms. Bolton, this contract form that's in front of you right now, does it have sequential page numbering?
Yes, it does.
Is the contract summary attached as a separate document?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is the customer information page and the terms and conditions combined into a single document?
Now, here's where you may run into a problem. I'm looking at the customer information page with a bunch of information, and I can understand why you'd need to collect that to get the enrollment done. But what we've been encouraging our companies to do is to make sure just to have the customer be on the same page with the agent on, yes, this is a contract, is having the customer sign at the end of the contract. And this isn't, again, just a me requirement, just a CAD requirement. This comes out of our recent case law.
And would that issue be addressed if there's a simultaneous digital enrollment on a tablet with a signature at the end?
We'd really like the documents to match.
Oh, okay. Does this document in front of you state that the buyer has an option to cancel within 3 days of this transaction, right next to the signature?
Well, we have a specific form in our commercial law article for the notice of cancellation.
Does it state next to the signatures that give notice to the customer that they may cancel within 3 business days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Rotzko. Any redirect?
Yes, just one moment, please. Ms. Bolton, in reference to the first 2 complaints that were discussed in cross, which were CAD Exhibit 3C and CAD Exhibit 2C, in that order. And that's complaint numbers 36737 and complaint numbers 36542. Do you have those documents
Got
in front
it.
of you? Okay, thank you. In this line of questioning, you responded that with regard to the termination of the agent in complaint number 36737, that enrollment happened on July 13th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And the enrollment in complaint number 36542, the date of enrollment on that contract is July 21st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
So to clarify, there was a period of time where the agent that was allegedly, or that had enrolled the complainant in complaint number 36737, that same agent was then able to enroll the complainant in 36542 at a subsequent date.
Yes.
And whether or not that agent was able to enroll customers does it have anything to do with when CAD received notification that the agent had been terminated?
No.
Thank you. Sorry, one second. Okay, so can I turn your attention to Sunsea 1C, Sunsea 1C, number 37167.
Yes.
In this complaint, you confirmed that the customer did not have to wait 2 to 3 billing cycles to have their service canceled. Is that correct?
it's correct that they were told that the customer, in their narrative, advised us, CAD, that they were told on the phone when they went to cancel that they would have to wait 2 to 3 billing cycles.
Right, thank you. So it turned out that the customer did not have to wait 2 or 3 billing cycles. However, the agent made that claim, or based on the narrative of the complaint, the agent misrepresented how long the customer would have to wait to cancel, potentially in an effort to dissuade cancellation.
Yeah, it was an electric contract, too.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Bubar.
I just have one, and I know, notwithstanding your advice, Chairman, on the relevance of other companies' best practices, can you just, Ms. Bolton, can just give any background or perspective from you in terms of companies that do look at their practices and make modifications, as you were describing? How many of them do it voluntarily or as part of their automatic or their way of doing business versus do it as a result of complaints that were filed? In other words, proactively looking at their practices versus reacting when complaints are filed.
We will often have businesses reach out to us when they're considering a revamping of their materials, when they're considering a new type of marketing, especially as precedent changes and especially as companies start to explore some of the new technologies out there that they can use to enroll customers. Some of them do reach out because they had a significant amount of complaints received. They reach out and say, hey, so this is concerning. Can we talk about what's not working? So we do have both.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, the witness may step down. All witnesses will be excused at the end of the hearing. We will take a 5-minute recess, and then Mr. Tomlinson, you could call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Throwing markers.
Something funny, honey?
Back on the record in case number 9647, Mr. Tomlinson, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. CAD calls Seth Yazel to the stand.
Mr. Yazel, if you could please enter the witness box and raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalties of perjury the statements made in this matter may are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your full name.
Seth Matthew Yazel,
Spell it, please.
S-E-T-H space M-A-T-T-H-E-W space Y-E-A-Z-E-L.
Give me your business address.
888 First Street Northeast, Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. Your witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Seth, and welcome to the hearing room. What is your occupation?
Objection. Your Honor, I'd like to just lodge an objection on the record. We object to taking testimony from Mr. Yazel today because we were given 1-day notice. We requested specimens of his signature, examples of his signature, to compare with the wet signature copy that's in this exhibit, just like Ms. Bolton was comparing signatures early today. We were not given that opportunity, so we object to taking testimony from him today.
Okay, the objection is overruled. We have the witness here available for live cross, so you'll have your opportunity.
What is your occupation?
I'm an attorney advisor at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, specializing in wholesale market rates.
And could you please describe your educational background and professional experience?
I have Bachelor's of Science in History, Political Science, and Economics from Florida State University, a Juris Doctor from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and I've been in the energy, law, and policy space for a little over 7 years now.
Thank you. And just to be completely clear, you're here today representing yourself in an individual capacity.
All of my views here are my own and not that of the FERC or the federal government.
Are you being compensated in any way to appear today, or are you here voluntarily?
I'm here purely on my own volition, unpaid.
Did you take time off of work today to be here?
Yes.
Did you review any documents in preparation for today?
I reviewed the complaint that I submitted and all of the accompanying documents in that case file.
And with regard to the complaint you submitted, marked CAD Exhibit 2C, complaint number 36737, could I give a copy to the witness? It's been distributed previously.
Mr. Tomlinson, you said 2C. I believe it's 3C.
I apologize. That's correct. 3C.
Yes, if you may give a copy to the witness. You need a copy.
I think.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. CAD Exhibit 3C that you have before you. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I sure do. This looks like my the complaint packet that has the documents that include my complaint and all the other related documents.
And
This is not because he is the confidential complainant. So his confidentiality is now in public view.
Okay. That'll have to mark this.
Well, it is a confidential exhibit. But, Mr. Tomlinson, are you releasing confidentiality for your witness here?
my understanding is that the witness is willing to testify and take, accreditation for everything that's in this document. Yes.
Okay, so we'll keep this marked as a confidential exhibit, but to the extent that elements are released, the witness is allowing us to do so.
This mark, how do you want me to say it? Do you want me to say this is confidential and
Yes, yeah, this remains a confidential exhibit as marked, 3C.
I'm sorry, didn't
No,
I apologize for the confusion. Okay, and so when was this complaint submitted?
I submitted this complaint on August 29th, 2022.
And if you could please turn to page 10 of the exhibit, of the complaint. And this is the explanation of the affected customer. Was this statement, this explanation that appears on page 10 of the document prepared by you?
Just make sure I'm at the spot. Okay, I see the font becomes smaller, and I see it here. And yes, indeed, I'm at page 10 at my complaint.
Okay, may you please describe your experience with Sunsea that led you to file this complaint and testify here today?
Yes. So on July 13th, 2022, I was working from home, and I answered the door to two Sunsea representatives, one looking to speak to me, the other knocking on my neighbor's doors. And the Sunsea representative asked if I would like to speak about my utility bills today, that Pepco is overcharging me, and that they could save me money if I sign up for their service. So I was really interested in the fact that she told me that she could help me analyze the different parts of my bill as far as where I'm being charged, my tariff with the transmission and distribution. I'm an energy geek, so I said, okay, sure, yeah, I'd love to see you explain my bill to me a little more. I'm always interested to learn about it. And she then scrolled to that portion of the bill that contains that information. I was surprised by how quickly she scrolled beyond it because I was looking to learn more. Instead, she just pointed to it, said, here are your charges, then scrolled right down to my residential service number, or whatever the technical term is. And I'd known about this because I'd done the research and looked at my bill. And I thought, okay, that's a little odd that she started punching it into her tablet or phone or whatever the device may have been. And yeah, I was surprised, but I thought, okay, she's punching in my number, which I know is the way that the third party would then service my account, but I knew I would not be signed up for anything without my signature. So I didn't really worry about it too much and continued speaking with her. And then once she punched in all my information, she handed me the two residential service agreements. They have the longer names, but one for natural gas and one for electric service. She told me that these one-pager contracts were actually meant to simply and nothing else acknowledge that we had spoken that day. I'm an attorney. She didn't know that. I read the documents in about 2 seconds. It was essentially one paragraph. And I said to her, I said, I disagree. This is actually me signing that I would sign up for this service. And you know, she kind of brushed by that. And even though I already had said I didn't want any service, especially not that day, I'd think about it. She took the contracts back, and she said, oh, no problem. But before she did, and when she was doing it, I asked, but by the way, why are the dollars per therm and dollars per kilowatt hour, why is that left blank? And she said, oh, well, that's something Pepco calculates later. Oh, well, I knew that wasn't true. I was a little bit baffled by that, especially given that the price for energy is almost the crux of the entire agreement. I then kind of moved on. I didn't sign anything, so I just moved on sort of with my day. And then about a week or two later, I received a letter from Pepco notifying me that I'd signed up for a new account with Sunsea Energy. About a few days after that, Sunsea sent me a packet, and congratulations, you signed up for electric service with us. And I called them. I left a voicemail. It was a very serious voicemail, essentially indicating to them that I'm an electric regulatory attorney and that they can't do this to me, and that I'll be filing a complaint with the commission very shortly. I think within about a day they called back, and they said I made sure that they said I would not be charged anything whatsoever on any bill that I would ever see. Lo and behold, I paid my July 2022 bill, I believe is what it was. And I look because I want to make sure that it turns out there's a $38.43 charge on the account from Sunsea. It was only for 6 days of service, and I looked at the kilowatt hour because I was curious because I hadn't actually seen the kilowatt hour. And it was my price to compare on my bill was 8.86 cents per kilowatt hour. And somehow, despite the fact that I was told that I would save money, Pepco was overcharging me, the Sunsea filled out nearly 16 cents per kilowatt hour.
Thank you. So to clarify, the agent claimed not only that Pepco was overcharging you, but also that their product would save you money?
Correct.
Did you get the impression that the Sunsea agent was being truthful with you? Did the pitch appear to be scripted?
So for the truthful aspect, no. As I've just recounted, there were several deceitful acts, and I counted at least 8 times where Pepco's overcharging me and Sunsea will save me energy, that they would explain the details of my residential tariff, and they actually didn't, that they took my residential service number without my consent or telling me about it, that the residential service agreements were simply meant to acknowledge our discussion that day, that the dollars per therm and dollars per kilowatt hour were actually calculated by the incumbent utility, that Sunsea turns out forged my signature, and then also that I would not be charged for anything when I spoke to them on the phone. Turns out I was. So that's by my account at least 8 deceitful acts. And as far as whether this was sort of a whole spiel that they would give, it definitely felt that way, and it felt that way for a few reasons. For example, I asked why were these prices left blank, and instantly the agent had an answer that Pepco calculates that. She very much made sure to scroll right to my residential service number as if she knew exactly what she was doing. And then there was the second employee there who was knocking on doors, who at the very least was aware and overhearing the entire exchange. I would be surprised if I didn't see him knock on any doors and get answers successfully. But then also when I spoke to Sunsea on the phone, it was one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had with customer service, because it was almost like everything was one-word sort of answers, and everything was, hey, just to let you know, I'm an electric regulatory attorney. I'm going to file a complaint with the commission. Okay. Yeah, well, I'd like to just cancel this. Okay, yeah, you'll be canceled. Okay. And it felt like she'd almost been trained to be as blunt and concise as possible and sort of don't say much out of turn. So I got the sense that it was a whole spiel in practice.
In your complaint explanation, as a part of CAD Exhibit 3C, and in your testimony today, you stated that you didn't sign anything, and explicitly stated that you were not interested in signing up. Is that correct?
That is correct. I signed nothing that day, and I very clearly multiple times indicated that I had no interest in signing up.
So was a hard copy of an executed contract with your signature left with you by Sunsea's agent?
No, Sunsea unfortunately didn't leave such a contract with me, no executed contract, but I mean, maybe they would have availed me of that right if I had actually signed a contract. Maybe they would have given me a copy, but of course I didn't even sign a copy.
Okay, thank you. Please turn to page 30 of the complaint document of your complaint. It's right after the check, the page with the picture of the check. It's the page after that. So there's the agent termination statement on page 29. The following page would be page 30, and that's the service agreement with some handwritten information on it. Let me know when you're there.
I am there, thank you.
Thank you. So this document titled Sunsea Energy Residential and Small Commercial Electricity Service Agreement, you see the signature in the bottom right and your printed name. Is that your signature at the bottom right of the page above the buyer signature line?
No, it is not.
Does that signature look anything like your signature?
No, I do it in cursive, so it's actually entirely different. Even the S, I grew up learning how to do the cursive S, and I've always done it my whole life, and it's not there, so definitely not mine.
And to confirm, this document was not left with you.
Correct. The first time I actually saw it was in reviewing the complaint packet here a few days prior. And yeah, it just it feels very violating despite, I mean, it's $38, but to see see the signature forged by Sunsea right here, it's very, it's deeply bothering.
Did you receive a refund from Sunsea?
Yes, I sure did. The full $38.43 in refund. Yep.
Does that make you feel any better about the interaction you had with their agents?
Not necessarily, no, because it kind of feels like you get caught and then you make it right and then you try to move on. I think even those were words that were used earlier today. And for me, the real big thing that bothers me is that I'm an electric regulatory attorney, and if this happens to me, I'm imagining who else it's happening to, And if even someone as sophisticated as me on something like this, I mean, I think about the elderly couple who's on fixed income and Social Security, and now they've got an extra potentially hundreds of dollars per month that these people are taking out of their pocket in a completely fraudulent manner.
I would object to you speculating about that.
Speak more in the microphone.
I'm sorry, I was just objecting to this line of speculation about elderly couples being defrauded based on the evidence that Mr. Yezel has submitted.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Sunsea's answer states that it is not clear to any degree of legal certainty whether the allegation in this or any of the other customer complaints are actually true. You understand that your testimony today is under oath?
Yes, I understand that my testimony is under oath. I'm a member of the Maryland Bar. I take my oath to my duty of candor very seriously, especially to a body who I've sworn in like this, yes.
And to the best of your knowledge and recollection, your testimony and description of events has been truthful and accurate?
Correct, yep.
You alluded to this before, but I want to follow up. Did you know whether or not the agent that you interacted with was attempting to enroll additional customers in your area around your residence?
I do know that for a fact, that they were, number one, I saw the second agent knock on several of my neighbors' doors. I live in a small townhome community, so it's like we're in a little corner. You can see, it's not like we're any distance from apart. And I reached out to fellow neighbors on out back, on social media group that we have and everything, and multiple people told me that they saw but did not talk to these folk.
And did this experience with Sunsea impact your confidence in the retail supplier market?
It sure did, yeah. Moving from states like Florida and North Carolina, we don't have something like this, so I'm excited about the idea that we can choose and we don't necessarily have to be just being serviced by one incumbent. It's exciting stuff, but after this, I mean, it's clear that bad actors have to be, they can't be part of this, or else they kind of stain the entire system. And I just want to reemphasize that again. I'm an expert in this, and who knows who else are unwittingly having this happen to them.
There you go. And to clarify, this is an expert testimony. This is just your testimony based on your experience that you've had.
I'm solely a fact witness, and I'm just here to share my experience.
Thank you. And lastly, is there anything else that you'd like to share about your interaction experience with Sunsea, this commission?
I'll just say I guess I'm heartened by the commission's hard look at this, and I'm happy to be here to provide any information to help this body make the determination they need to.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson, any cross?
No cross, Your Honor.
People's Counsel, any cross?
I have one question, but I don't want to run afoul of Rule 4. You got to ask the question.
Ask the question, and I'll rule.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Yezel.
Thank you.
On page, I'm not sure what page number, after the printed check, you have at the title top of it says Sunsea's letterhead, it's a response, supplier complaint response. You got it?
Got it.
On the third line, it states on 7/13/2022, a door-to-door solicitation was completed by Seth Yezel. Would you say that, in your experience, that's an accurate statement?
Well, I think that date, I believe, is correct. Now, I, of course, didn't complete any, I want to make sure that the date is correct. Assuming the date is correct, I guess the only thing of course, I didn't complete anything. I was working from home and had my door knocked on.
Right, you didn't sign or complete anything.
Oh, yeah, no signature. In fact, the only thing I completed was a very clear conveyance that I had no interest in signing up that day.
All right, nothing further.
Counsel for Sunsea.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Yezel.
Good afternoon.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, thank you. It's most people don't get it, so thank you.
You're welcome. Is Yezel your full last name, or?
Full last name is Yezel-Heineck. I go by Seth Yezel and everything professional.
Okay. Turning back to the wet signature page of the exhibit, CAD 3C, which was just after the page that Mr. Sue was talking about. 2 pages
Got
after
it.
the, shoot, sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
My bad. 2 pages after the check image.
Got it. Yep.
Mr. Yezel, is that your telephone number listed there?
Yes, sir.
How did the agent get your telephone number?
She asked for it and I provided it.
Did you watch her write it on this document?
Nope, I did not. She put it in her tablet. I watched that, and I hadn't actually seen a single bit of this filled out, including the variable rate price, until reviewing the complaint documents.
And so your testimony is that she put your telephone number in her tablet.
My testimony is that is correct. She put that I gave her the phone number, and she put it in her tablet.
Why did you give her your number again?
Well, it made very clear that I was interested in learning more, but I didn't want to sign up for that day, so I was very comfortable giving my information beyond any sort of commitments or signature.
And is this your email address on this page?
Yep, it sure is.
Did you give that to her as well?
Yes, I gave that to her for the same reason as my phone number.
Did you see her write it on this document?
Nope, I hadn't seen her wrote a single thing on this document, only in the tablet.
So she put it in the tablet.
Yeah, I witnessed her put my information in the tablet. Okay, yes, sir.
And your testimony is that you gave her your contact information because you anticipated that she would call you back?
My testimony is that I provided my information to your agent because I was interested in learning more in the future and that I was open to hearing more, and especially because I knew that if I didn't sign anything, I wasn't committing anything. So, yeah, I was fine giving my yes, I was fine giving my information on over.
Did the agent leave you with any documents?
She left me with an unexecuted agreement that she put her name and phone number on.
Did you provide that document to CAD?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Your Honor, I believe I'd like to designate this as Sunsea 5C.
So marked as Sunsea 5C.
Mr. Gazel, is this the document that the agent left with you?
Well, I haven't received what you passed out, but thank you very much. Thank you. And to answer your question, yes.
Did she explain why she left her number?
No, she didn't. I mean, I guess if she gave it was sort of, let me know if you have any questions, sort of thing.
Did she ask you to call her if you had questions?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, yes, I believe she did ask. Hey, if you have questions, my number's right here, sort of thing.
Turning to your written complaint that was submitted to CAD? Which is towards the beginning of the exhibit.
I'm there, thank you.
You've just testified that she left a document with you. Is that correct?
Yes, she left an unexecuted natural gas service agreement with me.
In the middle of your written complaint, you state that she relented and took the forms back.
That is correct.
So, but you just testified that you left, or that she left this form with you.
Yep, she grabbed it. Yes, sir. She went ahead and grabbed it. I handed it to her. And then as we were wrapping up, she said, here, take this. Here's, write my number on it, my name, and just, if you need anything, here's my number.
So she didn't take the form back.
She did. You are correct that she took the form back. And then what happened after is she then gave it to me following that. Yes.
So did you leave that detail out of your CAD complaint?
As far as the shuffling papers back and forth, is that what your question is?
No, you just stated that she took the document back, and that's what you told CAD in your complaint. And then you said that she also then gave you the document again and left it with you.
I suppose I could have probably added that little bit of information in my complaint. Yes, but that's why I attached the document, because I think it's pretty clear that she definitely, this is what I got, this is what I had when she left.
And are there any other details like that you did not include in your CAD complaint?
Well, I most certainly didn't leave anything relevant out of the complaint.
You mentioned at the end of Mr. Tomlinson's examination that you saw this agent and another Sunsea agent going door to door in your neighborhood.
That's correct.
Did you talk to anybody else who had a similar experience with this agent?
The neighbors I spoke to said that in fact, I would just give you the full spiel as to what they said. They said, yeah, someone was knocking my door, like the police, and I didn't want to answer it. I didn't know who the heck they were. And I said, yeah, those were the people who did X, Y, and Z that I outlined in my complaint. And they didn't want to answer the door. So at least the folks I spoke to, the maximum interaction they had was, why are these people at my door? I'm not going to answer it.
So you don't know of anybody else who had a similar experience with you, or to you, with this agent who was terminated?
No, other than what's been presented here today, which, no. Mm-mm.
So based on just your single experience with this agent, you believe that Sunsea has done this to other people?
I can't say one way or the other, just as far as it relates to my individual experience, but that's kind of the nature of individual complaints. I suppose that I can only speak to my experiences.
And briefly back to your telephone call with Sunsea, where Sunsea canceled your service upon request. You were noting that you found it odd that they agreed to cancel so quickly. Did you expect them to argue with you?
No, I don't. I'm kind of confused. I didn't testify that I found it odd that they canceled so quickly. So maybe I just misunderstand the question.
Okay, you said you testified. You said that there were one-word responses such as, "I'd like to cancel." Okay, and you said that kind of set you off. You thought it was odd or something.
Yeah, just to give you a little more color on that, it sounded to me sort of someone had been trained not to talk to the police. I mean, it's just my own opinion. But it sounded like somebody, every time I've ever had another customer service interaction, the person's effusive and asks how your day is, and also will give you a little bit more back as far as, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you, sir. We want to make this right, and here's how we're going to do this. It was as if I was speaking to a robot. But again, that's just my opinion. It felt very, very odd and scripted, and she sounded very trained.
So she wasn't effusive enough for your tastes?
If that's the way you want to interpret it, then yes, that's
I think
correct.
you used that word. Just
For my taste, no, I don't know. I'm just sharing my opinion.
and yet she agreed to cancel your service immediately?
No. Actually, no. She told me that I would not face any charges on any bills whatsoever. That's what I was told. So, yeah, that she did tell me she would. So, yeah, you're right. She did tell me she would cancel immediately.
Are you sure she didn't say that, oh, pardon me, Doug. Are you sure that she didn't say that you would not be charged for any further services after you requested termination?
Yeah, I'm standing by my testimony.
Okay. Let's see. And did you receive a full refund?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
One question, I think, Your Honor. Regarding Exhibit 5C, just to be clear, this is a document that was left with you, but this document is, again, in no way an executed contract or contract materials.
That is correct, and I'd just like to note, of course, this is the natural gas agreement, so it's only relevant to the electric service agreement as to the fact that they were trying to sell me on both. So, yeah, unexecuted and not even the electric service agreement.
Great, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Do commissioners have questions of this witness? Commissioner Linton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Just a couple questions for you. It's because it's rare that we have a customer that actually appears to testify here, so I appreciate you taking the time to do so. You noted that Sunsea's representatives approached you at your door when you were working at home. Could you describe the appearance of the person?
Yeah,
And just to be clear, by appearance, I don't mean like hair color and stuff. I'm talking about the outfit. Were they wearing?
yeah, just casual outfit. It was really hot that day, and everyone was, real sweaty and everything. So everyone was wearing I think she was just wearing like a casual top. She had a badge on. But other than that, just looked like plain clothes, casual wear type of thing.
Did she have any identification that she presented to you?
She pointed to her badge, and just she didn't show it to me or anything, but she had a badge on her and her right hip, I believe.
Did she make any representation regarding who she worked for?
I think that she told me that she was an agent for Sunsea.
Okay. You also mentioned that you contacted Sunsea, you sent them an email, and you spoke with someone on the phone.
Yeah, I called. They left a phone number on the packet that I received in the mail after I interacted with the agent initially. And I called, and initially I left a voicemail and sort of just said, hey, I'm about to file a complaint with the commission. I'm an attorney who does this for a living. And that's how our first phone interaction started.
Okay. How quickly did they respond to you?
Within 24 hours.
24 hours. Okay. Did you, was that your only attempt to reach out to them, or did you try several times?
That was my only attempt.
Is that true for email as well?
Yeah, I don't think I ever reached out to them via email, so I couldn't say, I'm not sure. I didn't have that experience.
Okay. When you contacted them and spoke with them on the phone, you let them know that you were going to file a complaint with the commission.
Yes, sir.
Did you say anything about asking them for assistance first?
Well, I had said, I think at that point, no, I did not, because what happened was I had my signature forged. I don't know exactly how this all works, but I presume that I could have even taken it many steps further and reached out to the state attorney general for consumer protection issues, or taking them to small claims court if I really wanted to. So no, at that point, I'd never had anyone forge my signature or essentially steal my identity. So I wasn't interested in working with who I saw at that point as a clear bad actor.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing no additional questions, the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tomlinson, any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Not on me, no.
We'll turn to staff counsel. Do you have a case?
No, Your Honor, I waive opening statement. I don't have any additional evidence to offer, but I reserve the right for cross-examination and closing.
We'll just take a 30-second recess. Okay, returning to the record. People's Counsel, do you have a case in chief?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
We'll turn to Sunsea. You may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we would like to call Mr. Adigwe.
I just need a minute to use the restroom.
Could we have a moment
Yes,
just
yes,
to use
yeah.
the restroom? Okay, thank you very much.
2 minutes. Thank you. We're back on the record. You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunsea calls Mr. Jacob Adigwe. He's the president and founder of Sunsea.
Mr. Digway, if you could please enter the box and raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm, under the penalties of perjury, that the statements made in this matter today are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
State your full name.
Jacob Adigwe.
Spell your name.
Jacob Adigwe, Adigwe.
Give me your business address.
1930 Moulton Pike East, Cherry Hill, New Jersey, 08003.
Thank you very much.
Right. Before we go any further, I would like to put something on the record. I kind of lost my voice. All right. Sometimes I'll be struggling to speak. Please just kindly bear with me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adigwe. Mr. Adigwe, what is your job title?
President, founder of Sunsea Energy.
And what are your duties at Sunsea?
I'm an investor, I own multiple business, but in terms of this energy campaign, I'm more hands-on. All right. Everything, let's say if the compliance team run into an issue, they inform me about it. All right. Customer service, my power team, my power broker team, and so on. They inform me about that. I'm more hands-on when it comes to day-to-day operations of Sunsea Energy in general.
Can you speak very briefly about your experience in the industry?
As an energy supplier, I've been in the business since 2017. All right. I, you know, I've been in this industry, but actually as an energy supplier since 2017.
Okay. I'd like to take you to Exhibit CAD 3C. Did Mr. Yeasel leave behind his exhibits?
No.
No. Could you turn to somewhere in the middle of the document where you see this contract here with the signatures at the bottom?
Thank you. Yes.
Now, can you confirm that this is the version of your contract that was subject to an audit in 2021?
Yes.
Mr. Moynihan,
Yes.
you're referring to CAD 3C and looking at Mr. Yeasel's contract,
Yes.
which was signed in 2022, July of, well, not signed. The witness testified he didn't sign anything. July of 2022, and you just
I'm referring to this document only to confirm that it is the version of Sunsea's contract that was subject to an audit in 2021.
Thank you.
Objection, it's still irrelevant, Your Honor.
The audit is actually part of these proceedings. It's already on the record.
I'll overrule the objection. We'll see where this goes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Digway, can I get you to flip to page 4 of the audit?
Has this item been marked yet? Marked or?
Ah, thank you. Could we mark this item as Sunsea 6?
Sunsea Exhibit 6 is so marked.
But this appears to be a contract audit.
This is not.
Hold on, we're looking at the wrong document.
They gave us the wrong thing.
They will get that document though.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Digway, we're looking at the right document now.
Mm-hmm.
You flip to page 4 for me.
It hasn't been marked.
We mark it as Sunsea 6C.
So the other document, what are we doing with that document? The document that was marked as Sunsea Exhibit 6.
Can we just keep to the side for now? Mark this one as 6C.
Okay, we'll scratch
That.
that one. 6C, yes, marked as Exhibit 6C.
Mr. Digway, can you turn to page 4? Take a look at section 4 on that page. This shows the results of the audit. Can you briefly, in your own words, as you understand it, summarize the results of the audit as it's set out there?
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Can I make an objection with this witness?
You may.
My objection is a lack of foundation for this document. We haven't been shown what exactly it is.
Well, I don't know what this document is.
This document is already on the record in these proceedings.
That's not a foundation.
Yeah, we need, Counselor, we do need some foundation.
Mr. Digway, can you explain what this document is?
In I believe 2021, the commission requested that we do an independent audit. We had to hire an accounting firm, all right, at Sunsea's cost, all right, that would do an audit of all our, contracts, and this was the audit presented to the commission. So it's already case logged on this file on this proceeding.
Thank you, Mr. Digway. And
The result of the audit done.
what was the purpose of this audit?
They told the auditor to, if I can, it's been almost 2 years now. They told the audit to look at our contract, check if the name of the person, the customer of record is the actual person that signed the contract. All right, check the address information, and also check if there was any deficiencies in the full contract.
And what was the outcome of that audit as noted on page 4, section 4?
No exception noted.
So after the results of this audit came back, this was 2021, is this the version of the contract, the one that was audited, is this the version of the contract that you then used when you went back to the market in Maryland afterwards?
Yes. But
And,
before, okay.
and why did you feel comfortable doing that?
Because I practically felt that was already approved by the commission and CAD and OPC.
As a result of the audit?
Correct.
But nevertheless, you later made changes to that contract, didn't you?
Correct. Yes, we did.
And why did you do that?
We wanted to make our front page more legible. All right. Specifically the signature page. All right, more legible, more space. So it's a lot more spacing and everything. So that and once we did that, actually, we also submitted that to this commission in August of 2021.
Okay, and what was their feedback on that contract?
No, they didn't say anything about it. Everything.
You got no
looked
feedback?
good. No feedback.
Okay. The version of the contract that Sunsea is currently using, this is exhibit Sunsea 4. Can we turn to exhibit Sunsea 4? Do you have that, Mr. Digway?
No.
No?
No. Oh, thank you.
Can you confirm this is the current version of Sunsea's contract?
Yes.
And did you share this version of the contract with BSC?
Yes, we did.
And what was their feedback on that?
No response.
No response. Okay. Mr. Digway, Sunsea has a website, correct?
Yes, we do.
And it's available in Maryland?
Yes. Worldwide.
Are you aware that the word competitive appears in the About Us section of your website?
No.
Did it previously appear in the About Us section of your website?
I was totally unaware that it was there. All right, because of actually our website. Can I elaborate?
Very well.
All right. Because of our website was also checked by CAD and OPC in 2020. Though they brought something to my attention back then. All right, and my IT staff did the necessary update.
What did they bring to your attention back then?
I think back then they said we have on our front page which said no contracts.
Did you use the word competitive at that point?
No.
Has CAD brought the use of the word competitive in your About Us page to your attention prior to these proceedings?
Yes.
When was it brought to your attention?
On, I believe in early February of this year when we received this.
Oh, so,
case.
so just in these proceedings alone?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So when they did so, when they brought it to your attention,
Mm-hmm.
what did you do?
Take it down right away.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that the Commission had previously ruled that the use of the word competitive in a different location on your website was not permissible?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware that the word competitive appeared in the About Us section of your website?
I was not aware.
Was it there back in 2021 when the Commission previously ruled on this?
Yes, it was there. We've never, we didn't do any updates since the 2021.
So it was already there when the Commission ruled on it?
Correct, yes.
But they did not bring this particular instance of it to your attention at that time?
Correct, yes.
So are you saying that you didn't remove it because you didn't know it was there? Is that your testimony?
Correct. Yes.
Are you aware of the allegations in this matter relating to the inaccessibility of your customer service representatives? Are you aware of it?
Frankly speaking, it's during this case filing. That's when I heard about it. But
you heard about it?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I elaborate a little bit on that? Okay.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to elaborate. I'm going to ask you the questions. You just have to answer them. All right?
Sure.
Can you tell us a little bit about what customer service channels you have available to customers who want to reach you? How can they reach you?
They can reach us by phone, by email, by fax, by mail.
Okay. And what are the operating hours of your telephone hotline?
They're normally there from 9 to 6, but our posted hours is from 9 to 5, so they stay an extra hour in case.
Okay. So what would happen if I called outside of these hours? What would I hear?
It will prompt you to leave a voicemail, and we return your call on the next business day.
Okay. Do you know what kind of volume of calls you would receive from your Maryland customers on a typical business day?
Practically, when I would say when we were marketing in the state of Maryland, all right, we expected as much as 30 calls.
30 calls
Yes,
per
30
day?
calls per day for just Maryland.
Okay.
But, okay, that's...
And do you know roughly how long, on average, a Maryland customer could expect to be waiting on hold before they're attended to?
Oh. As far as the call between working hours, 9 to 5, and we are literally there till 6 p.m. All right, wait time should be less than close to none.
Close to none?
Close to none, but if there is, I would say less than a minute.
Less than a minute?
Less than a minute, yes.
So if you're so prompt, how do you explain these 12 complaints? Was it 16, 12 complaints that people have been trying to call you 12 times, they can't get a hold of you? How do you explain that?
To be frankly speaking, I'm totally shocked because we've never get none of this other complaint in any other state we practice in, we doing our business in.
And did I just hear you testify that if you receive an email or a fax, that the customer typically gets a response within one business day? Is that what you said?
No. If the email, as well, if they send an email between 9 and 5 p.m., all right, they will get a phone call exactly the same day. Email as well, if it's as fast as done within business hours.
Okay.
I've only seen maybe a delayed response to reach out to a customer, only if a customer sends out mail cancellation or sends out by post mail.
So you don't have an explanation for these complaints saying that you're uncontactable?
Oh, totally not. I'm actually shocked.
If a customer calls and they say they want to terminate their service, what would they be told?
Because, this is a month-to-month contract, and it's the customer's right to cancel at any time, at any minute if they choose so. All right, so we train our agents to honor the cancellation. All right, and And if the customer is, let's say, irritated or something, or unhappy about something, try to make the customer whole by, hey, all right, based on your accusation and so on, we're more than happy to make you whole. All right, just like, can I give an example?
Very well.
All right, just like Mr. Sutt's case, all right, which was the star witness, one of the star witness here. All right, we made him whole by actually paying his entire bill. We didn't re-rate that customer. We didn't re-rate him. We gave him the full money, both both the amount he will have paid to Pepco and the amount he will have paid to, to Sunsea. We made both whole.
Would a customer who's calling to cancel, would they be told that they have to wait for 2 to 3 billing cycles before it would be cancelled?
We train our agents because of it depends. It varies from state to state. Some states have delayed when we send. So when we get the call, we process the cancellation right there. It's only 2 clicks away. All right, we send it straight to the utility. All right. So depending on the state. All right, but we normally train our agent to tell the customer, hey, cancellation might take between 1 to 2 billing cycles. But in the state of Maryland, because of the agent process the cancellation right there, we've seen cancellation coming in 2 days, 3 days,
So what they're telling customers is 1 to 2 billing cycles?
1 to 2, not 2 to 3 that I was hearing here.
Okay. So how do you explain the 4 complaints that claim they were told 2 to 3 billing cycles?
I believe, with what I've heard, I believe that's a misunderstanding. Because of our agent tells customer, hey, cancellation might take 1 to 2 billion. For example, New York, let me give an example, put that on record. You do a gas cancellation, it's taking close to 45, 60 days before we get the cancellation, the actual drop date from the utility. All right, so because of our customer service agent are not just taking question from Maryland customer, they're taking question from the 5, all states, basically.
Okay. Let's talk about your marketing. What kind of marketing channels does Sunsea use in Maryland?
According to the commission rule, we can only use door-to-door.
Okay. So you have a website, but can you sign up for service on that website?
No.
Okay. So talk us through what happens. It's 2022. What happens when an agent knocks on the door of a potential customer and the customer says, yes, I'm interested in signing up? What happens then?
First, we want the agent to identify him or herself by showing the customer his badge, letting the customer know, hey, I represent Sunsea Energy and not your utility. All right. And we expect the agent to fully explain our product to the customer.
Okay, let's say that's all been done. Customer says, yes, I want to sign me up. What happens then, the contract formation process?
Very good. An agent going door to door normally will have about, a lot of copies of all these agreements with them, all right? Because according to COMA rules, all sales, all agreements in the state of Maryland must be a wet signature contract. All right?
Okay.
So, the agent fills out the form on behalf of the customer, give the forms to the customer. Hey, please read this. Here goes the contract summary. Here goes a copy of the contract summary. Here goes the terms and condition. If you do decide to cancel in the future, here goes a notice of cancellation if you want to even cancel by mail. But I will tell you, if you want to cancel, hey, just call this number right here.
Okay.
All right, they can do it rather than going through mail. All right. We train our agent to explain the full product to the customer.
So the customer signs a contract. Does he get a copy of the contract?
Right there at the door.
Okay. And does the agent get a copy of the contract?
Yes. Yes, because the agent needs to deliver that to our office.
2 contracts?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the agent needs to deliver that to our office, and that's the only way we'll accept such a customer for enrollment.
And what happens after that? They sign 2 wet signatures on 2 contracts. What happens next?
All right.
This is 2022 we're talking about.
Correct. Once we get that, it goes straight to my QC team. I have an internal QC team. All right. We check, hey, does this phone number belong to the customer? Does this email belongs to this customer? All right, is the name spelled well? All right, our QC team calls every customer that enroll into our program. Though they don't successfully reach everybody, I would say approximately they reach about 40%. All right, but customers that they cannot reach, but for example, we also have another site, all right, that's a national database that contains, I would say, 90% of consumers' information, all right, where we go and check, hey, is this phone number, does this phone number truly belongs to this customer? Is this customer at this address? All
And
right.
what happens if that reveals that that's not the customer's phone number?
We would not proceed with that enrollment.
Okay. And this is in 2022.
This is in 2022, yes.
And then you send them something in the mail? What do you send them in the mail?
Yeah. Once we get their enrollment, we send them a welcome kit. I believe that's the document you dropped here earlier.
Okay, all right.
You want me to go into that or no?
Can we move that Exhibit 6C be moved into evidence?
6C is moved into evidence.
And can we mark this one as Exhibit 7? This is the one you were given earlier. So Sunsea 7.
So marked as Sunsea 7.
So that's what you send customers in the mail after they've signed up.
After they sign up, yes, our system is triggered to send this right away to the customer.
And why do you send them that?
Oh, we do this. We don't want to just depend on an agent. All right, we don't want the customer to say, "Oh, I never received a copy of your contract, terms and condition, notice of cancellation, and so on." All right, so we also make sure they get a copy by mail.
Okay.
Even though it's like when you really look through it, it's exactly the same information that was issued to them at the door.
Okay. Did Sunsea receive many complaints last year directly from customers?
Yes, we received some complaints by phone, obviously. All right, mostly, customers. Some are not complaints. All right, but if some are, hey, I'm calling to, hey, can you educate me more about your program and so on. All right, but yeah, the customer service, yeah, did receive some.
Now, you've had some complaints sent to you last year from CAD, that's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Typically with those complaints, were they customers who had already complained directly to you before complaining to CAD?
Majority of the customer that complained to CAD, all right, I would say, using just rough estimate percentage, I would say about 20%.
20%.
20% reached out to my, customer service team according to our record. All right.
So for 80%, that means you had no opportunity to fix their problem before it went to CAD. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's our observation because we call every customer. My compliance team that, calls every customer that files a CAD complaint. All right. And, we've actually asked most of his customer, hey, why did you, it's a good thing you filed a CAD complaint. We're not disputing that, but why didn't you reach out to us first? Oh, the utility told us to call CAD, to call the PSC to file a complaint. All right, so.
Yeah, about that. So when CAD sends you a complaint and asks you to respond to it, as you just said, you don't dispute it. You don't try to argue with the complainant in your response to CAD. Why not?
Because of it's our policy, regardless, to make a customer whole. All CAD complaints automatically get re-rated. All right, that's our internal policy. All right.
Why do you do that? Why don't you fight it?
Because anyway, if we've paid the agent for that sale, we will recoup the funds we pay the agent for that sale. All right. Or that's only if the agent has been terminated or no longer represents us, then it's possible to recruit that. All right. That being said, why do we do that? We feel basically re-rating or paying the customer back for if they spend any money towards their bill is practically making them whole. All right?
Okay. And when CAD makes a finding against you after a complaint that you haven't argued with them about, do you appeal it? Do you appeal that finding?
We don't actually appeal any of the finding
Why
because
not?
we've already decided to re-rate the customer. Regardless if the customer is right or wrong, which is our accusation, we just basically want to settle the customer and get the case closed. All right, you know, I don't like to see the basically commission get spending more time, whereby there's other things not the commission, CAD spending more time on a particular case when I can just make the customer whole by, if the customer spent any money by re-rating the customer and dealing with the issues brought to our attention.
Okay. I'd like to talk about Mr. Yeasel.
Sure.
So can we take a look at Exhibit CAD 3C? I think you have that there already, Mr. Digway.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this complaint?
Yes, this was one of those complaints brought to my attention, yes.
And how did Mr. Yeasel submit his complaint to you? Was it by telephone or?
I'm aware he called our customer service team,
Mm-hmm.
all right, to request for cancellation.
Did he get through to somebody immediately?
Yes, he testified. He testified to that. No, he left the voicemail. For him to have left the voicemail, that means he probably called during non-working hours.
Okay.
But we will return this call the next business day.
Next business day?
Yeah, next business day.
Okay.
I don't know exactly when, but I know that's the customer service job.
So when he spoke to your customer service then, when he did connect with them, what did he ask for?
He asked, he want to get, first he asked to cancel his agreement with us, first and foremost. And he asked to be refunded.
And was that done?
Oh yes, that was done. Yes, you can see there's a check here containing, paying him for both the Pepco, what he will have paid Pepco and Sunsea combined.
And how long did it take you to process his cancellation request?
The exact day we returned, the customer service returned the call.
Same day?
Same day, yes.
And when you say you processed the termination request, that means you send it to the utility?
To the utility, yes, by EDI.
Okay. Did he ask for anything else?
No.
Did you conduct an investigation into why this had allegedly happened to Mr. Yeasel?
We did a thorough investigation immediately we received the actual CAD complaint. All right, but when he called my customer service, he did not. Was the word I'm going to use? He only requested for cancellation.
Okay. Did the results of your investigation corroborate Mr. Yeasel's allegation?
Did the result of, repeat that again?
Did the results of your investigation corroborate Mr. Yeasel's allegation? Did it confirm that what he said was what had happened?
No.
No. So what did that investigation reveal?
All right, yes, we interviewed the agent. I'm not going to state her name. I believe we already know her name. All right, we interviewed the agent and we asked the agent, hey, how did you get his phone number? The agent said, yes, got it from the customer. How did you get his email? I got it from the customer. Did the customer sign this contract? And did you leave a copy of the contract with the customer? The agent indicated yes.
Okay.
All right, yes to us. All right, and we literally read the exact statement Mr. Yezu sent to CAD to the agent, and the agent basically denied everything. All right, but upon our investigation, we decided, you know what, I've never seen such an accusation from an agent. All right, due to the severity, we had to let the agent, terminate the agent right away.
You terminated the agent?
Yes.
She denied the complaint, but you terminated her anyway?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Based on the seriousness of the complaint. Each complaint is different. All right. This is how the agent make their living. You understand? We don't want to terminate an agent, but when we have more than enough evidence and the story is not corroborating, one person is saying this and the other person is saying this, all right, we just want to play safe. All right.
And I think for this agent, it's fine to say that the agent's name is Donna Johnson.
Correct.
So did this agent have any other complaints against her?
What was brought to my attention, I believe there's about 3 complaints, yes.
Okay. So did the fact that there was 3 complaints, did that factor into your decision to terminate her?
To terminate? Actually, no. On her, it was a special decision that was made. We normally have a 3-strike process, but it depends on the actual complaint received. For example, if it's for fraud, though the agent is denying, there's no way to come back from that.
Okay, so after you did everything Mr. Yeasel asked you to do, you received a complaint from CAD on behalf of Mr. Yeasel.
Correct.
Anyway, regarding this incident. So what did CAD ask you to do?
CAD was basically asking us to re-rate the customer, but we didn't do re-rates. We just gave the customer the full amount he spent on his bill.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Digwe, is the kind of conduct alleged of this agent in this case, is it common among Sunsea's agents?
No.
Okay. Mr. Digwe, let's talk about how you train your agents.
Sure.
You have a training program for your agents?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell me how do you train your agents? What methods do you use? Is it a classroom training session? What is it?
We do an in-person classroom training.
Okay.
We go to, as you do know, Sunsea uses third-party vendors. All right. Once a third-party vendor has about 5 new recruits, we schedule a class. Our head of marketing goes there and do a one-on-one in-person training with the agents to make sure they understand Maryland rules and regulation, product knowledge, and how to present the product, properly to the consumers.
You're saying once you have like 5 agents, what happens if you've got less than 5 agents? Do they go out and market without any training?
They don't get a login credential to process, to do any kind of sale. They don't get any login credentials
So
from
they
us.
can't do any marketing until they've had the training?
They can't.
Okay. And do they have to pass any kind of a quiz or anything during the training to qualify?
There's an in-person questionnaire that they do right there
And
during the training class.
are they provided with any training materials?
Yes, they are. They get, we send our training material to the marketing firm, all right, to give to the agents so that they can, at least study our marketing materials, our do's and don'ts and so on, all right, before the actual in-person training is done.
Permission to approach?
You may. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Can we mark this as Sunsea Exhibit 8?
So marked.
Can we move for Exhibits 6 and 7 to be moved into evidence?
6C has already been moved into evidence.
My apologies, Mr. Commissioner. Number 7. We move Sunsea Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Sunsea 7 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Digway, you have in front of you, well, why don't you tell us what do you have in front of you?
Our door-to-door training manual.
So are these the materials that you referenced earlier that you use to train your agents?
Yes.
Can you read the portion in the very first paragraph that's bolded and underlined?
Sunsea takes these rules very seriously, and if it is found that any Sunsea sales representative has violated any of these rules, that person will be subject to the penalties and consequences.
You turn the page, Mr. Digway?
What page?
Just one page.
Okay. Page 2.
You just take a look at that page there, some of the bullet points on it. As you understand it, can you share with us what are some of these important items that you cover in your agent training?
For example, Sunsea is an independent of the customer's local utility. All right, that's clearly stated in our badge. In our badge presented at the door, we are not the utility, okay? And we are not affiliated with the utility. All right. Ensure that all Sunsea service offerings contains information written in plain language that is designed to be understood by the customer. All right. That's why the customer is given a copy, and we told them go through it, go through the paper contract. Now we have both electronic and paper contract that is currently being executed. All right. So
on the previous page, that part that you read out in bold and underlined says that anyone who's violated the rules will be subject to the penalties and consequences.
Correct.
Discussed in section 6. Can you turn to that section?
Section 6.
This document isn't numbered, but I want you to look at the very last page. Sorry, second last page.
Second to the last. Okay. Sure.
So, looking at what's at the very bottom of that second last page and what's on the following page, you tell me what are the consequences for these agents if they violate the rules?
If it is found that any sales resulted from improper sales practice or any other violation of these rules or the plural rules, the sales representative responsible for that sale will be subject to the following penalties. All sales commission will be subject to forfeiture. For a sales representative force violation, additional sales training will be provided, and a warning will be administered to the sales representative.
Okay, so you have their first offense, warning, additional training. On the next page, what do you have? Second violation.
For second violation within 12-month period, the sales representative will be subject for at least 1 month.
And then? Third violation or subsequent violation?
Third violation, immediate termination.
Okay. Now, with respect to number 1, sales commissions are subject to forfeiture. Do you actually enforce this?
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay.
We do.
And what about the other 3 provisions? First strike, warning, second strike, suspension, third strike, terminated. Do you enforce this?
We do, but it depends on the complaint received. We reserve the right sometimes. If that's why I stated if it's fraud related, all right, there is no 1, 2, 3 step for that.
Okay.
The agent is out of here.
Okay. Have you fired agents pursuant to this policy?
Yes, we did. A good example will be Donna Johnson.
Donna Johnson. How many complaints did Donna Johnson have?
It's 3 on record.
3. So she was terminated.
Correct.
Okay. Have you fired any other agents?
And actually, can I elaborate more on that?
Very well.
3 on record. The third complaint, according to the dating convention that we received that actually belonged to Donna, was received on August 30th, 2022.
Okay.
Though it was filed, by the customer on August 29th, we didn't get it till August 30th.
Have you fired any other agents?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach?
You may.
We move to admit Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Sunsea Exhibit 8 is moved into evidence.
We mark this exhibit as Sunsea Exhibit 9.
So marked.
Mr. Digway, can you tell us what that document is?
This is a door-to-door solicitation agreement for third-party vendors.
And is this similar to agreements that you use with your other vendors?
Yes. Yes.
Can you turn to the last page, please?
Sure.
Not the last page of the exhibits, the last page of the actual agreement, before the exhibits. It's page 15.
Is it dated? Is it numbered?
Page 15, yeah.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that your electronic signature there at the bottom?
Yes.
And what's the date on that?
4/5/2022.
Okay. Is this contract still in force?
Yes.
So you still use this marketing company?
Yes, we do.
Okay. You can turn to page 4, please.
Sure.
You look at clause 10 there, titled Performance Standards and Zero Policy for Slamming or Deceptive Sales Practices.
Yes.
You just quickly scan that clause. It covers the bottom half of that page and the top half of the next page.
Just a paragraph?
The whole clause, bottom half of that page, top half of the next page. Just scan it there, read it to yourself.
Read to myself?
Yes, just read
Sure.
it to yourself.
Yeah, I'm good.
What kind of obligations are you imposing on the vendors who provide you with agents here in this contract? You've just read them. I just want you to summarize what you've just read.
Correct.
You can look at the contract and refer to it if it helps.
For example, fraud or deceptive solicitation in strict compliance with applicable laws or regulation, the distribution of public information for misleading. Such measures shall include, but not limited to, the following: the company shall provide vendor consistent. To summarize it, basically, as you do know, we terminate the agent in question. All right. And we give retraining. All right, we retrain the entire team as well, so as to make sure one agent doing something bad does not repeat itself.
That's what you do, Mr. Digway, but I'm asking, what do you require your agents to do? So you just said if they do something bad. What are the something bads that you're concerned about here that you went to the trouble of putting in this contract?
We were basically trying to protect ourselves from any kind of fraud or unauthorized enrollment.
Okay, so you're concerned about fraud and unauthorized enrollment.
Correct.
Can you turn to page 7? Clause 14, compliance with laws.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you included this in your contract?
Yeah, vetted on all persons. Okay.
Why did you go to the trouble of putting that in there?
Because it's the responsibility of the marketing firm, all right, to get a solicitation permit in every township or district they are working in, all right, because we're not obligated to as a supplier. It's the obligation of the marketing firm to get that for their agents.
Can you turn to the last page of the last exhibit? Exhibit D.
The last page.
Yeah, Exhibit D. Commission rate structure and pricing.
Sure.
You see the very last paragraph on that page?
Mm-hmm.
It says any sales made by vendor that are alleged to involve fraudulent or deceptive solicitation will be removed from company's billing. Such payments shall not be due with respect to such sales.
Correct.
Do you actually enforce this?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And why is that important to Sunsea? Why did you put that in the contract?
In our agreement, for example, some marketing firm gets residual income as well. All right. We're basically letting them know if an agent brings in any customer into our book of business, all right, with questionable enrollment that we did not catch on time or so, all right, the agent will be fired, and whatever residual, whatever income they will have got from that enrollment will be recouped. If they are also scheduled to get residual income from that enrollment, that will be denied.
Okay. Do you think this enforcement provision in your contract, do you think it serves as an effective deterrent for vendors to not allow their agents to engage in this kind of fraudulent behavior?
I've seen invoices with, going to marketing firm, bro, that with tons of chargebacks.
So you are actually charging these companies
yes.
when you find this?
Yes, because we cannot take the loss, you understand? So we have to recoup the loss one way or the other.
All right. Last year, May to October, CAD found in favor of customers in 30 complaints against Sunsea. That's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
How many enrollments did you get over that period? Ballpark figure?
Are you talking about customers or meters?
Enrollments.
Enrollment. Okay, yes, okay, then that's customers. I would say roughly about 4,000 to 5,000.
4,000 to 5,000.
Correct.
So, give me an estimate. How many, based on how many times an agent is turned away when they try to make a sale, can you estimate roughly how many doors your agents might have had to knock on to get that number of?
Actually, it's part of our training. We tell most agents, you're not going to convert every customer you speak to. We don't expect you to convert every customer you speak to. All right. From what I've heard, it takes an average about, knocking on 10 doors. All right. Speaking to 4 to sign up 1.
Okay. So, based on your knowledge of the industry and that estimate, how many doors do you think your agents would have knocked on during that period?
Based on that, then I would say about 40,000 doors.
About 40,000 doors?
Correct, yes.
And 30 complaints out of 40,000 doors that were upheld against Sunsea?
Sure.
What did Sunsea do after these complaints came in?
Practically, me and my compliance team, we studied basically the type of complaints we are receiving coming out of Maryland. All right, because actually Maryland is the only state TPV is not required. All right, we call it a paper wet signature contract state. All right, that's the nickname we've given it in the industry. Um, but studying the kind of complaint we are receiving, we started noticing, wow, because of just paper contract, which is allowed in the state of Maryland as the 100% proof form of enrollment, we noticed that wow, we have to protect ourselves and we have to stop this. All right, that's why, in October of 2022, we paused marketing, gave a contract to a third-party vendor, TPV 360. All right, incorporated some advanced TPV mechanism so as to, make it even harder for a customer that wants to deny not knowing our product knowledge before enrolling. We want to make that totally impossible to pierce through.
You started talking about TPV 360, so it might be helpful for you to take a look at that document. It's Sunsea Exhibit 3C. Can we turn to that? Do you have a copy of that there?
Yeah, sure. No.
No, it's not C, is it?
Without making it confidential.
Yeah, Sunsea 3. No, it's 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Just wanted to
Just
check.
three. Not 3C, just 3.
3.
Okay. Okay, so these enhanced safeguards is TPV 360. How long did you spend developing this program?
Roughly 2 months.
Okay. How much did you invest in developing this program?
A lot of money.
Okay. Take a look at the components of it there as it's set out. Can you explain the first one of those components for me?
The first one?
The first one.
Are you referring to paragraph 1 or just line item 1?
Why don't we skip number 1? And I think we've covered number 2 pretty well. Why don't we go to number 3, secondary electronic enrollment. You explain to me, by reference to this, how does this work? Electronic enrollment on mobile device. How does that work?
All right, since in the state of Maryland, when the customer signs our paper contract, all right, they still have to do our electronic enrollment process. All right, because obviously we continue wanting the paper contract because that's the COMA rule required, and the what's it called? The agent imputes the customer's information, all right, into TPP 360 CRM. That triggers the customer to get a text message, a text, all right, containing the full contract, all right. The customer have to actually scroll, read everything, and check that yes, they've read all the documents. Now it now prompts them to sign. Prompts the customer to sign. The customer now signs, and it sends that back to the agent. All right, the agent now signs on his own tablet, confirming the receipt of the electronic contract. The system now triggers an eTPV system that has 21 questions.
Okay, let me slow you down there.
Sure.
Because there's some good stuff in there. So, how does this one, having the customer sign the electronic copy, scroll down to the end, how does that stop agents, like allegedly, like Donna, who allegedly signed up Mr. Yeasel against his will? How does that stop that kind of thing from happening?
Because of this is done on the customer's phone, not on the agent's phone.
Okay.
All right, and the customer have to read through it.
Okay.
All right, and by the customer signing, the customer automatically gets a copy, as well, an electronic copy of the agreement they just signed right on their phone.
Okay.
Even though it was done on the paper agreement as well, which is basically exactly the same information.
Okay. All right, and then you were saying the next step?
All right, so the next step is it triggers an eTPV that gets sent to the customer.
Oh, you're down at D here now. Did you skip C? photograph? What's
Yes,
the photograph
yes,
about?
yes, yes. All right. Before the ETPV is triggered, an agent have to on the app, on the TPV app, not on their phone, on the actual app. All right. The agent have to snap a copy of the customer's ID, write on the customer's bill. All right. Take a picture of it on the app. The agent don't have a record of that. All right. Once the agent does that, it triggers the customer to receive. It now triggers an ETPV. All right, with 21 questions. All right, that the
Okay,
customer.
let me stop you at the photograph point. How does taking a photograph of the driver's license and the bill, how does that prevent the kind of fraudulent enrollment that we're concerned about here?
We are doing that so as to make sure that it's the actual account holder of record
Okay,
that signed.
you're matching the names on the
Correct.
bill and the license.
Yeah, that gives my QC an ammunition to use in. Oh yeah, okay. Here goes the ID. Here goes the bill. Wow. Okay. It's
Okay.
the account holder. It's not somebody else in the residence trying to basically hide. You understand? Enroll
understand.
someone else's account.
All right, now tell me about the ETPV. D.
All right. The customer. By the way, the agent leaves the customer's residence. All right. The
Okay.
customer now have to go through 21 questions. Practically, initially, they have to place their initial on each 21 questions that they've read and understood everything
On their phone.
on the customer's phone.
Okay.
All right. So once the customer finished doing that, to the head and clicks submit, the system now also triggers a welcome call with about 5 questions. All right.
All right, stop you there.
Go ahead.
So they've answered 21 questions on their phone, they hit submit. How does that stop the kind of fraudulent enrollment that we're concerned about here?
We do believe going through 21 questions and, a customer should be unable to deny that they don't have full product knowledge of what they are doing right there at the door.
So if any one of those 21 questions the customer says, no, I'm not interested, what happens?
The sale is discontinued.
Okay. All right, continue. After that?
All right. Once the customer clicks submit, the customer now gets within about 2 minutes. The customer now gets a welcome call. All right, on the customer's phone. Remember, the agent is no longer. The agent has left the premises.
How do you know the agent has left the premises?
Yeah,
How do you know they're not
because
there
the
and the
agent-
resident's holding a gun to their head?
There's geolocation.
Geolocation.
Correct. We are able to. Oh wow, yeah, I didn't bring that up. There's geolocation in this enrollment process that confirmed that the agent was actually at the customer's residence, and where the agent is, left.
Okay.
All right.
That's built into the app?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To enable this enrollment, you must activate your geolocation on your mobile device.
Okay. All right. So the agent has left. They've answered the 21 questions. And what happens then? The welcome
The
call?
customer now it takes about 2 minutes. The customer gets a welcome call.
Okay.
All right.
What happens on that call?
This is to verbally verify that yes, hey customer, did you sign the paper contract at the door? Did you get a copy of the paper contract you signed at the door? All right. Is this your name? Is this your address? Please state your name. Please state your address. All right. Just 5 quick short questions
Okay.
to confirm that the customer authorized the enrollment.
Okay. They
And
say no to any one of them. What happens?
this sale gets rejected in the system and the customer is never enrolled.
Okay. All right. And then finally, the next page, G down the bottom there, on the next page. What are these? You mentioned the geo mapping already. What are these additional safeguards that are built into the app?
All right. If an agent is not at the address of record,
Yeah.
the system would not allow the sale to go through. The system also check if the account number has been previously used or enrolled by by any of our agents. Excuse my voice. If the email address has been previously used, if the phone number is already in our CRM, has been previously used, it will not let the agent proceed.
So why do you have that? What are you concerned about? Like numbers being reused, emails being reused.
We don't want duplicate enrollment or fraudulent enrollment going through our system.
Okay. All right. So did you share these enhanced safeguards with the PSC?
Yes, we did. Because I remember we post marketing in October of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Once this was developed, and we sent it to the PSC card.
Okay. What did they have to say about it?
Till today, they've not officially given their thumbs up.
Have they given you any response?
No.
No response?
No.
Okay. Have you had a chance to test out the system in the market and see how it works in Maryland?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And would I be correct in saying that period is from 9 January until...
Till early February of 2023.
And over that period, how many new customers did you sign up?
I would say about 1,000 meters.
1,000. And how many of those made a complaint?
0 as of now.
0.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No further questions. Can I move the last exhibit into evidence? It was already in the enhanced safeguards are in there.
Sunsea 9 is moved into evidence. We are not going to be able to conclude this hearing today based on the speed at which we've been moving today. So let me discuss with the parties before we begin cross-examination. Are parties available to reconvene at 10:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
OPC is available.
Your Honor, I have a prior scheduled status conference with a case up in New York State at 10. Now, that may very well wrap up very quickly. And
Is that virtual?
It's Teams, yeah.
Okay.
So I don't have to leave Baltimore this evening. I could stay. But that conference may be very quick and may be finished by 10:30 in the morning.
If we give you accommodations here, 10:30, would you be able to start?
Yes, that should work. I'll explain it to the law clerk that I have that I need to end at 10:30.
Okay, well,
that should work fine.
We will be able to provide you with office space so you could attend to your 10 a.m. I think now would be then a good breaking point. Before we conclude today, are there any matters that we'll need to address before we restart tomorrow?
None from staff, Your Honor.
None from CAD, Your Honor.
OPC would like to request that we bring back Seth Uzel to testify as to the amount of refund he received that Mr. Digway indicated.
Right now?
Well, we don't want to call him back tomorrow.
I don't expect he will. Okay, Mr. Digway, thank you. You are excused. We'll recall Mr. Yeasel so we don't have to have him back tomorrow. We could just, for efficiency's sake, make sure that Mr. Digway has all of the relevant exhibits available, either at your desk, but relatively quickly, so we could share that information. Mr. Yeasel, if you will approach and enter the witness box. You remain under oath.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, Commissioner O'Donnell.
if you said it, I apologize, but I just thought a general admonition of witnesses not speaking about their testimony about these proceedings till tomorrow morning might be in order.
We're not. Yes, Commissioner. That's a good point. We just have Mr. Adigwe left. He can confer with his attorneys at this point in the juncture. We'll now turn to Mr. Yeasel.
Okay. Mr. Uzel again?
Huh?
Should be quick. Okay, so do you still have CAD's 3C?
Yes, I sure do.
Complaint file, right? If you flip to the page that has the big check on it,
Yes. All right, here's the big check.
okay. That is for $38.45, correct?
That's correct.
And that is the only refund money you received from Sunsea, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, that's just this charge that Sunsea added on top of my Pepco bill and whatever I don't know what the technical term was, but no, I paid the entirety of my normal Pepco bill on that month.
Right. So you just heard Mr. Adigwe in court testify that they paid your entire Pepco bill. Now, if I turn you to page 2, where it says your Pepco, your electric bill, July 2022.
Okay, I'm there.
Yeah, you'll see the total amount due, $186.98. Correct.
Correct.
That was not paid by Sunsea.
Correct. Yeah, that 186.98 minus 38.45 is what I paid that month.
Right. Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. And just to be clear, because I heard something similar from Mr. Digwe that Sunsea paid your Pepco portion of the bill. That is not correct.
That is not correct.
All right. Thank you. Any additional questions for Mr. Yeasel? Any redirect? Mr. Tomlinson.
If I may, Your Honor, just another clarification question, Mr. Yeasel. Could you clarify about what led to your first call to Sunsea, and at that point, had you been charged? And how did that impact what you requested on that call from Sunsea?
Right. So yeah, that first time I called Sunsea, I actually just said, "Hey, can you cancel my contract and not charge me anything?" And so at that point, I figured it was resolved and kind of moved on. And I was okay with moving on. But then, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks later or within the month, I saw that the charge was on my bill, and that's the point at which I filed the complaint with the commission.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Adigwe can explain better than I what he was referring to. What he was getting at is that Sunsea paid the entire supply charge, and if they had re-rated Mr. Yeasel, there would have been a Pepco he would have still had to pay a portion of that $38. So instead of re-rating him and then having him pay Pepco a portion, Sunsea paid the full $38. And Mr. Adigwe can explain it if you'd like to have him return to the stand. But he wasn't saying that Sunsea paid the electric charges, which is the 146. He said it was the full supply charges.
Your witness did not say the supply charges. He said he paid the Pepco bill.
Correct, and we could have him explain what he.
Well, let's have him explain.
Sure.
Absolutely. Nothing else from Mr. Yeasel. Thank you for coming up to Baltimore today and testifying.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
We'll recall Mr. Adigwe on this limited question to explain his prior testimony. Yeah. Mr. Adigwe, you heard the exchange and the questioning. You testified earlier, just within the past 30 minutes or so, that you had paid Mr. Yeasel's Pepco bill. Can you explain further?
Just the supply charges, right? We did not pay the delivery charges. For example,
well, why did you say you paid his Pepco bill?
I was referring to the supply charges, the full supply charges.
You did not state that earlier, however. Are you correcting your testimony?
I would say, if that's what was understood, if that was what everybody thought I was saying, that I paid the entire full Pepco bill, no. I was referring to just the supply charges.
Any additional questioning?
May I ask a question?
You may.
Mr. Adigwe, can you explain the difference between a re-rate and a refund?
Oh, yes. A re-rate, we re-rate customer based on the SOS utility rate. Mm-hmm. All right. The difference, all right, the difference, that's the check they will get from Sunsea.
Okay.
But in this case, we did not do that. Okay. We just looked at this. Okay, your full supply charge for this month is $38. All right. Rather than going through a re-rate calculation, we just issued him a $38.45.
So your testimony is you issued a refund, not a re-rate.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no additional questions, both Ms. Bolton and Mr. Yeasel, you're not excused,
Oh, sure.
are excused for the day. We will reconvene at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Mr. Digwe, you are now excused. You're subject to recall, 10:30 a.m. You'll
Okay,
be
that's
back.
fine. We'll stay around. We'll be in town.
Thank you. We are adjourned till 10:30 a.m.